Hello, judges. Hello, finalists. My photographer would like a picture of your very nervous face. No, I'm just joking. Would like to have, so judges, I will kneel behind you guys. Can see me? No, it's okay. I feel like I'm a spirit floating behind you. Okay, everyone look at the photographer. Freestyle. What is a freestyle? I don't know. Love food. Peace. How much more do we need? CK, you're not helping them. You're just giving them more stress. Hey, your jacket. I mean, your jacket's here.
Oh, thank you.
Here's a public service announcement. For those who needs to breathe, as in smoking, it's on the first floor. There's a specific smoking room. There's a map written on the right of the door, should you need to smoke. Yes. Coming from a smoker, I mean, no, not from me, someone nudged me, so. Toilet is behind, yeah. Shall we? Shall we? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to everyone. And on behalf of Nippon Paint, welcome to AYDA Awards International Finale for the Architectural category 2024-2025. Has been a long journey for our finalists. I'm not referring to your flight, I'm referring to preparing for this very moment. Please remember what I told you guys yesterday. The paper, the strength that you carry with you, it will be with you, all right? Now, a few housekeeping, especially for our guests and our working team. Devices on silent. If you have an alarm, please turn it off now, which I will. It'd be funny if I brief you, but my alarm rings, so give me a second. Okay, all alarms off. No flash photography aside for our professional photographers and videographers. And our guests, if you need to take photos, make sure you don't hinder the eyesight of our judges. If not, I'll kick you out. And I'm just joking. I will gently ask you to sit down. And then tea break is at 11 a.m. So judges, that's your pee time too. That's the time you go to the washroom. If you can't hold, please go. And then lunch break is at 1 p.m. Unlimited flow of coffee. Just nudge me when you need coffee. I think there's a coffee look, so that I would know you need more coffee. And then just for a background, right, since 2008, it means about 18 years ago, Nippon Paint has been investing on AYDA Awards as a community effort under our education pillar. And over the years, we have almost 65,000 entries in the past. So every year we get about between 6,000 to 8,000 entries. So for this 16 presenters we have today, they are the cream of the crop from their batch, representing their nation and their country. And it is in Nippon Paint and AYDA Awards vision to raise socially conscious designers, to also help build passionate design communities. So thank you, judges, also to be part of this community. And just to go through the presentation flow. Okay, I'm sure everyone's familiar, but let me go through one more time. For those who are joining us on YouTube, welcome. You guys can give us virtual claps. We won't be able to hear you, but we'll be able to feel you. So we have 16 presenters. Each of them will have 20 minutes in total, 15 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes for Q&A. Okay, you guys don't have to remember the time. At the notice of the first bell, please bell, Miss Bell, thank you. At the notification of the first bell, finalists, this is where you start wrapping up your presentation. And then when the second bell comes, this is where we'll enter Q&A. Then the judges, you can compliment, you can ask questions as and when required. And then the third bell is where your time's up, then we'll move on to the next presenter. We do have a very tight schedule, so we appreciate if everyone respects the time. Now, students, put your hands together to welcome today's judges. We have Armin. We have Wenhui. We have Raza. We have Santosh. And we have Stephen. Right. Exciting, right? Wait, I speak too fast. It's not 9. But can we start? Shall we? Okay, then without further ado, Weili, take a deep breath. We'd like to invite our first presenter of the day, Weili from Taiwan. Her project, Revitalizing Tanjong Pagar, Culture as Currency in Shaping Historic District. No worries, take your time. So the rest of the 15, your job is to clap while she presents. All right, I'm just joking. All right, thank you. Round of applause to Weili.
Hi everyone. Today I want to share my project, which is Revitalizing Tanjong Pagar Culture as Currency in Shaping the Historic District. Do you ever remember a place not because of how it looked, but because of how they bring people together? This was a question that started everything for me. So as a foreigner who first came to study at an unfamiliar country, I started to think about the concept of home. And it occurred to me that in my country, Taiwan, there are also lots of migrant workers, and how do they feel to belong to the society? Often, it is not a fixed space, but a shared experience, a time that we celebrate the same festival and culture together that make us feel the sense of belongingness. And I start to think, what is the common of all of us? In the Southeast Asia, we can often find the homes in the cracked space and informal spaces. Those are the spaces that people start to gather with each other and we get to know each other. Out of curiosity, I have once stepped into an Indian rituals when I was in Singapore. At that moment, I felt also a little bit scared and a little bit excited because I'm so unfamiliar with that culture. So it comes to me that in the 21st century, how can we get to understand each other deeply? Where should we begin to understand? When the walls of the places that people used to gather now remains, but the local peoples has gone, then what is the essence of the heritage now in the city? So, So the places that impact me the most is the Tanjong Pagar at Singapore, which is the most developed city and has the shows the nowadays metropolis, and situated at the unique intersections of Singapore's culture and urban evolution. Consists of 75% of Chinese, 20% of Malay, and 5% of Indian. It is a place that's full of multicultural. And it was once a fishing village, then become a port, and now it transformed into a financial district. The transformation of this place is not only spatial, but deeply social. This is a district rich in trade, migration, and transformation. Then I began to look at the voids and the edges within the Tanjong Pagar area, and found the cracks between the country and found the opportunities, which I named it a new urban void. So in this project, I want to propose a new typology for the social unity and the living essence of heritage. I will begin to explore my projects through spaces and the structure and about the program. So first is how I explore my design space in this progress. First, I'm learning and activating from the informal microsites that people used to gather in the society. As Henry the Brief says, that the city is made up of rhythms, of people, of objects, of spaces. Therefore, I use rhythm analysis to look at the voids and the cracks inside this society, and I found some conflicting rhythm that the migrant workers and the locals, they tend to stay at the places that is informal and is unpolished, which is like the places between the back alley or under the HDB's building. And they often build up their own soft shelter there. So the contrast between the soft shelter and the hard shelter has inspired my investigation into how the flexibility and human scale can reapproach our means to architecture. Especially when the Tanjong Pagar is a place full of contrast, from the tallest building in Singapore to the smallest traditional building of Trest Street. So the second is about the structure. As a foreigner looking at the Tanjong Pagar urban evolution, I found a strong tendency toward eliminating the randomness. But while we remain the wall of the city and building up a strong city image, but we can find out that the locals and the urban force has been losing in this evolution. So how can we regenerate the old building? I propose that by activating different layers of the buildings, we can open up new opportunities for the locals and the different people around the world. Last but not least is about the program. So this one is the DNA of my design, which is the different festivals of different ethnic groups, people around the world. And by carefully tackling the space quality and the common material that used in those festivals, we can create a space that people can celebrate their festival at the same time, at the same place, and we get to know each other deeply. So in the 21st century, how can we get to know each other? I think only by truly knowing each other and fostering the same social unity, and by sharing the same value of the society, and then we can let the architecture link the past and the future of the city. So I think in the 21st century, we need urban surgery to propose a new typology as a culture catalyst. This is not just a building, this is a shared future. So let me introduce my design. My design located at the three sides from the axis of the Tanjung Pagar area. By layering out different volumes of spaces and activating on and within and layer the structure, we can create a culture catalyst that creates opportunities and chance for different cultures of people. So my first site is the Fairfield Methodist Church. This church was once a cinema full of people, but then it became a church which is now very enclosed and detached from the society. Inspired by the architect's concept of the event city, I propose a different temporality structure above the chapel and to create and work as a culture catalyst to let people to move in. This is not just a monument. This is the places that people can gather and to have workshop, performances, and enjoy their everyday life rituals. As you can see, this is the section of the design. This is by learning and activating the soft shelter that migrant workers used to create, and all the voids and the volume interact with each other in this building, and to create a space that people can come. So this is the evolution view of my design. I introduced 3 ways that people can go inside and to experience this building. You may notice that along the experience, these are the little voids within every spaces. So imagine a place where the city pulses. These are the little voids inserted into the existing city landscape, where people have the time to escape from the rush of the society and to have a place to rest in solitude. The voice, every voice is a little window into a different culture. Inside the voice, there are lanterns and lots of embedded projected history that people can learn and study from other culture. And after that, they'll go to their festival spaces and to share their festivals and their cultures with others. So imagine a building where Holi, Songkran, or Chinese Mid-Autumn Festival, or even ILA Singapore can happen in the same building. So this is a multicultural gathering devices that gather people like the water be used in the dyeing workshop can also be used in the Songkang festival. By using the common and the same material and to tackling with the space quality, we can create the spaces that engage people to come in and to embrace the unplanned events to happen. So when the holidays happens, these temporary skins will be act down, and then the powders of holly will become an art and of these little skins, and it can also be interact with the exhibition and interact with AYDA Singapore, that the people can be part of the participation of the artwork. So this is the plan of the fifth floor. As you can see around the central voids, there are little exhibition places where the festival can be shown. And also, there are small libraries where people can rest in this area. And also here is the capsule hotel for the foreigners who first came into Singapore and wants to know each other's culture. They can stay in this place. And at the 6th floor, you can see the pottery workshop and the dyeing workshop, which is for the sharing for the craftsmanship of the traditional in Singapore. And also the final project of the workshop can be also exist in the exhibition. So from the experiential field, people walk in and flow in and out of this cultural catalyst. And the three concepts guide this design, which is the scatter exhibition, the community, and the festivals. After all, this is the glimpse of the future. This is a shared future where people can host unplanned events, and people can come in to share their same culture and festival at the same place at the same time spontaneously. If people want to get married in the central void, they can. If people want to host some flea market in the central market, they can also too. And the side 2 is the Tanjong Pagar Chappelle's Alley, which is once full of people, but now they are polished for the tourists, and the local force has gone. I then invented a small auditorium for the local voice. At this view, you can see how people flow in, and then this is the view when people can go through the urban corridor. And this is not just a place for preserving the history, but also become an urban pulsing machine for a city that can reconnect the rituals that people want us shares, like creating a festival, cooking, or chatting in the spaces. The third place is the Yankee Playfield, which is one full of joyfulness and family in this swimming complex. But now it is it is removing the randomness and become empty by only the grass and the tallest HDB like the Pinnacle Duxton in the Singapore. So in spite of activating the upper layer, I introduced exhibition and workshop spaces and markets beneath the area. And this is the section where people can have their memory of the water again. Not only from spatial, but also emotional, and which creates a big contrast between the upper noise society and the lowered is a place that people can have reflection. So last but not least, this is the cultural catalyst. It's a new typology in 21st century. I think that every country should have one, because in this century, we are detaching from other people. If there is a machine that we can truly understand each other's culture, then we can foster the social unity and have the same essence of the living heritage. Thank you. This is my presentation.
Thank you, Wei Li. Can you switch your mic first? Judges, we are open to comments, questions while she changes her mic? Anyone would like to start? Okay. I thought it's alphabetical order. No, yeah.
That's sexist. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a lot of work. Good job. So I think you have a great starting point. I loved looking at these old images of Tanjong Pagar. I'm familiar with that area. My office used to be there, across Maxwell Market. So I think it's a very interesting topic, using culture as currency. But I have some suggestions if you were to develop the project further. I mean, some of the images you show are people occupying the streets outdoors, and it's very open and informal. So people attract people, and but your proposal are three very interesting formal proposals. So would you consider the factor of time? Because Singapore, the climate is really hot. Nobody likes to be outdoors in the daytime. And for people to attract people, usually it happens after dark. So if you were to see the entire quarter as one architectural space and not segmented, how would you approach the scheme differently? For instance, closing off streets and turning it into architectural space after dark. So it's a lot cheaper. So I'm just thinking in the real world, who's gonna pay for it, and the operator and all kinds of different parties coming in. So, and also spectatorship. I love that, people attract people. So in your proposal, how do people outside see what's happening inside? I mean, usually they happen only during festivals, right? But on an everyday basis, what happens there? Therefore, yeah.
All right.
Can I have my slides?
Sure. Which slide would you like?
Okay, this one is okay. So, the last one.
You don't have to full screen. It's okay. Just show that particular slide, please.
Yes. So, by the question the first question that I'm gonna answer is what will happen when there is no festivals. So, because there have many craftsmanship in Tanjong Pagar due to their multicultural essence, that there were different ethnic kinds of people and they have different kinds of craftsmanship they have been before. So in this cultural catalyst, I have the last one.
Last one.
I have inserted many workshops that the people, when they don't have festivals, they will go to a workshop and the classroom, and they will have the language course or the.
Continue. It's okay.
or to learn the traditional things they used to do before, and.
Apologies.
As for the question that where is the money come from, that how to make this cultural catalyst works, it's about that people inside this building can host their markets or exhibition, and all the exhibition will run by the workshop. They do it outside, or they will hold event by festivals, and they will welcome the foreigners to come to experience their festivals. And I think there is the urban force, how just to invite people, and then they can host their own exhibition, and they will have the money, and how they can maintain this social machine. And about the question that Tanjong Pagar is a very hot area, and that's very true. So this little voice that people can get inside and have the feel the rest and solitude from the society. This place is contrastly more enclosed, but for the places here is more open, and like when the pottery workshop happens, this voice will, the steam will come out of these voice, and the people outside this building can see what is happening inside.
Okay, take a deep
Yeah.
breath. Fine.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The government will have...
That will be all. Time's up. Thank you, Whaley. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. 5 minutes goes by. Yeah. But I think our judge's perspective is true, because in real life, in industry, someone needs to pay the bills, and there's a lot more consideration in terms of time and climate. Next, I would like to invite our second presenter, Mike Wong, with his project 18+1 Sewing Plan.
Hi. Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Mike. Today, I would like to tell you the story of Munsen village located next to my school. The title of this story is 18+1 Sewing Plan, which is the preservation of the Munsen heritage and cultural tales. Munsen village is located in Fujian province, southeastern China. There are 19 kilns used for frying breaking tiles, yet it is a small village that once produced hundreds of breaking tiles. In China, during the Qing dynasty, the remnant of a kiln site had been discovered. In the Yuan dynasty, the local craftsmen of Fujian had demonstrated the craft of brick making. Hundreds of years ago, freshly fried breaking tiles were loaded onto boats and sold throughout the country, even across Southeast Asia. Munsen became world famous. The 1970s marked the golden era of the Munsen village. At the peak, 200,000 to 300,000 breaking tiles would be shipped out in a single day. Docks filled with ships and buyers from Shanghai and abroad came in at Ernestine. The man sitting here is Liu Bingnan, a worker from the village. He started his craft at the age of 18 and continued for 45 years. After years of kneeling on the ladder to move breaking tiles, his knees got swollen and deformed. Even though the physical hardship will they feel more pride rather than the suffering. The breaking tile industry once supposed to Munsen village's economy. Every senior craftsman in the village had a unique skill, and life was both fulfilling and dignified. However, with the development of the modern building materials such as steel, glass, concrete, tile gradually fell out of common use, and the tile making industry began to decline. In the 2016, all the Munsen kilns were shut down. These kilns, with centuries of history, disappeared completely. The loss of crafts was more heartbreaking than the economic impact. Over the past decade, villagers who had depended on the kilns for livelihood had to leave their trade and find work elsewhere. Today, it's extremely difficult to find kiln workers in Munsen village. After production stopped, the once lively kiln closed with the worker taking the final photographs. The 19 kilns, which had operated for centuries, now lie too silent and desolate. In the summer of 2023, I visited Munsen village. There were not many villages left. As I entered the dilapidated site, I saw that something blew my mind. A tiny sprout emerging from the rocky cracks and absorbing all available light warmth, this force of life deeply moved me. So I asked myself, is there a way to revive the site? To prevent the broken kilns from being abandoned, pass on the century-old craftsmanship, and help the younger generation to rediscover the kilns, thus boosting the local economy. So I make an attempt. First, I elevated the 19 kilns on site, and then I proposed a new plan addressing four needs: policy, industry, economy, and culture. This plan is called 18+1, which means that 18 kilns do something and 1 kiln do nothing. How to carry out this plan? After elevating the 19 kilns on the site, I classify 6 as damages and 13 as intact. All the kilns are same in size, 12 meters in length and wide, 8 meters in height. Then I divided the damage level from the broken kilns and calculated the related damage data. Based on the data, I determined the degree of the intervention, following the principle. The greater the damage, the greater the intervention. The lesser the damage, the lighter the intervention. Finally, I designed the interiors for the intact kilns and the architectural interventions for the damaged one. Then I proposed a new design concept of the sewing, the physical sewing for the kilns and the mechanism sewing for the four aspects of policy, industry, economy, and culture. In this plan, I don't want to be on repairs, but aim to transfer it into a sustainable ecosystem. Thus, I combine the poultry industry. Why? First, ceramic making sure the same firing steps with the kiln work. Second, into China, many people live the fast-paced, high-pressure lives, and the poultry have been considered as the slow living and therapeutic quality. As a result, the poultry industry has a large demand and quantity, but at the lack of raw materials, firing skills, and equipment. This complements the Munsen kiln factory's strength, abundant raw materials, super firing skills, and proper equipment. I hope to introduce the industry to create a center for culture, efficiency, production, and education. To make the center more character, so I translate the tools and products during the process into the design language and generating the related architecture form. Since all the 18 transformation logics are the same, so I choose one for detailed explanation. For the soil collection steps, I list the operational details, identify the spatial element, and use them as the base of the spatial quality. Based on the quality, I determine a suitable function. To make the form more regionally grounded, so I choose the tall light horse as a prototype to refine the architecture form. Among the 19 cubes, I select 18 for do something, and 1 for do nothing. At this point, you may ask me why. Because in heritage project, keep the original state is crucial. By presenting one kiln or its original state, I hope to give the 18 new interventions deeper soul. The 18 new functions include 3 main categories: exhibition, lecture, and nostalgia. In exhibition category, there are 6 functions: exhibition hall, art studio, history museum, product pavilion, art gallery, and exhibition area. In lecture category, portrait making, a bar, a restaurant, art installations, and a multifunction hall. In nostalgia category, warehouse, giant area, souvenir shop, art store, and memory space. I hope villagers can keep passing on the firing techniques here, and tourists can remember it through the immersive experience, and children can then carry on by making ceramics, the tradition by making ceramics. Besides transforming the 19 cubes, I divide the room into 3 levels and connect cubes through the landscape corridors. Given the humid rainy climate in southeastern China, I created new building facades with the perforated aluminum sheets to make the structures more durable and sustainable. I chose oranges as the color, not only symbolizing the vitality, but also representing the golden fire. Through this color, I hope to rekindle and sustain the flame of these abandoned cubes, just like my shoes. The structural components are made for practical, corrosion resistant steels to ensure the sustainable architectural development. In conclusion, this is a design project of economic, cultural, industrial revitalization. I aim to transform the abandoned kilns into a comprehensive center of culture, efficiency, production, and education. I hope my transformation for the Munsen village would be fortunate enough to become a model for the cultural revival, allowing other once scary yet now faded place to shine again, bring back the unique people, object, incident, and memory of the site into the view of our generations. From the embers of yesterday's tales, a new narrative ignites, just like the 18 points one swing play for the Munsen factory. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you judges, I'll be assisting in the interpretation. And anyone? Questions or comments? Santosh, here. Thank you. All right, Santosh, please.
Yeah, good presentation, and it's commendable that you have starting, recognizing industrial heritage and trying to work on bricks. And brick is one material, I think it's been there for ages, since architecture, since mankind, and I think that's not something that will go. I firmly believe that brick will be, a very integral part of it, whatever steel, glass, whatever comes. Brick is so connected, so climate friendly, and something that we have done for years, and I think it will always be there.
Okay, give me a second, I should translate this to him. 老师说你用这个砖跟土去做这个项目，还有对一个文化的一个敬重的这个动作非常好，因为它是属于比较可持续性的一种资源跟能源。
And nice of urban renewal, the program, so social, everything that you've brought in is good. I just have a couple of critical questions I want to ask. Is brick is such a nice material, so why would you have to go to aluminum? Shouldn't we be celebrating brick or terracotta pottery, like you mentioned in the entire discourse? And why to go with aluminum perforated, which is completely a metal stark material? I thought that could be so much more explored in terms of different ways of how bricks are done, baked in each of the kilns, or show the process, kind of make everyone, go through the process so that they understand the product more and use it much more, or get back to its roots. So, is there a particular reason why it had to go to aluminum?
老师问，那你既然是做这个系列的动作，然后你是用砖块去切成，那为什么你的设计里面用那么多的铝跟铁？有特别的原因吗？可以打了。
因为我刚刚有说，在中国南部是非常潮湿的，因为现在的坍塌就是因为雨水的冲刷，所以我希望的金属让它第一是保护它的原本的那个场地，第二是让它更加的可持续，不会被雨水冲刷。
好 ，Okay. Actually, according to his answer, Fujian is a place of that is very high humidity, and that is why the kilns are being destroyed by weather. So by having a steel structure or aluminum, it actually helps protect the structure, so that it increases the longevity of the building while protecting it. So that's one of the reasons why.
I agree with Sandesh about this boat project actually. The problem, the good thing is that you guys presented very well, presentation level very high. It's almost like graduate school level. But then both project that I see is that there's no integration between O and U. It's almost like you guys are inserting like fragmented stuff into the project. So there's no integration between O and U.
All right, got it. OK， 老师是说，你跟伟力的项目都有一个共同点，你们的这个完成度是高的，但是项目的这一个所谓的要保护的文化跟你要加入的东西，它没有做到一个很好的融合啊，就是感觉就是硬生生塞进去的那种感觉。OK，we have，is time's up? Do we have time? OK, anyone continue?
Go ahead. You want to say?
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
No.
Okay, why the word sewing? Because conceptually it's strong, but why not a word that has got to do with more with repairing pottery, for instance?
老师问为什么会用sew这个字？
缝合
因为过程中就是一个就是你有用这个sew，但是看不出你有在去用这个动作。
我的意思
不好意思。
我的意思是缝合是好像服装 ，OK， but this is pottery, is a kiln, so 为什么不用一个更适合、
更贴合的词？为什么用缝补去形容？
缝合呀？
对，缝合对。
因为其实呢，在最早开始 ，OK， 其实在最早开始，我想用非常恰当的这种，但我恰恰认为缝合它更像一种反差的东西。就我不希望它的词是非常 follow 这些东西。对，我现在是想将性反差。对。
Okay, so he likes the idea of contradiction. So instead of using a word that goes with kiln, he wants something very different.
因为它会让人激发更多别人的思考。
To create
like,
more
like
thoughts.
my question. Okay,
Yeah.
Cool. And then I like that it's culturally and socially sustainable, as in you considered that. But would you consider that to include a commercially viable factor to this scheme so that people will actually maintain it? For example, a hotel hospitality factor, so people actually make it a destination and go there. So they visit a kiln and then there's a new.
No, continue. Got time. Yeah.
There is a new element and function to it. So it's not just using existing, but adding to it. So people make it a destination. Just one example, or cultural center.
老师想过，就是除了文化跟这可持续性以外，有没有想过更多的商业元素？譬如说，在那边也会有饭店，但是人家去到那里，他也会有就整个它就是个旅途的过程，可以解释一下？
这其实从19个专项，我刚刚有说它所有的功能其实有包括饭店，然后包括一些那些可以观影、可以游玩的地方，所以我希望这19个它是一种体验的一种路线，它可以玩，它可以住，它可以吃，对，它是一种具有商业性的一个。
对，我的意思是容量不够。
Okay, so while he answered the 18 kilns does cover some portion of commercial, I think Wenhui's point of view is there's no capacity because China is such a big country in terms of 容量 as in like space.
No, not enough hotel rooms.
Not enough, 就是容量不够啊，就是可容量的人数可能达不到那个要商业的标准。Something like that, right? Yeah, I'm trying my best. Dr. Armin.
Thank you very much. I was really surprised the way of presentation that you did. It's very professional. If you're looking for jobs, just let me know, okay? The presentation was really perfect. But Santosh has really correct questions, okay, regarding this. Why you didn't use that bricks? You know, it's the material of a whole. I mean, the color is perfect. I love your shoes, but the idea that he say, and I miss when I like months ago. I think I check all these projects, and I miss really. I was enjoying every second of your story, and suddenly it comes these pictures with aluminium, and so wow, it was like that in my face. But thank you very much. If you look for a job, my job offer is there. And again, your project was really also good. The good things, as Stefan also said, we have time actually.
Yeah, I know.
And the project of you that I really appreciate, it's you're not going to take land, make new things. You go to the old one and you add something that old. And this is really for the future of Earth is very, very important to come back because many projects, which I appreciate actually, they are in new, but this one, the idea to go and grow up. But as Stefan says, also this matching of these two things, you have to think about it. Okay, thank you very much. I think.
老师是说那个融合的部分可以再加强，然后呢，就是说他本来就非常喜欢你的项目，但他看到那个铝跟那个钢架的时候，他就一下子就被吓退后了。但是想找工作可以找老师好 ，Anything else?
Yes, I do. I want to say that actually I like the contrast of materials. And I like that. So, but it's good to get these comments because then you can consider other materials. So it's not just one, not just aluminium, but many other types that's got to do with cultural preservation. And maybe not just orange. There are many shades of amber.
OK， 好，老师有2个点。第一呢，他是个人喜欢不同素材的反差，所以你可以综合去考虑，但你也可以除了铝，你可以再考虑更多的元素把它加进去。第二呢，就是说，火的颜色也很多种，你不一定只是要用一种这样子，可以吗 ？All right, that's all. Yes, please, Raza.
First of all, congratulations and thank you and to both of you. Very well presented, and I think the reassuring thing is that this young generation is empathetic and can see where the real value is, and I obviously endorse the ideas that the other judges have told us, and I hope that you can take this back to the drawing board afterwards and see how it goes. This is not the end of your project. It's like keep redoing it in your minds.
好，老师觉得这个年代的年轻人的同理心非常好，empathy 非常好。那第二，老师说，其实你这个项目可以再去把它完整，然后他不觉得你你不需要止步于这边，你可以再往前走，好不好？好 ，All right. That's all. Thank you, judges. 谢谢 Thank you.
Can I say?
Of course.
Actually, today is my birthday, so I hope to bring my good luck to everyone. And thank you.
生日快乐 Happy birthday. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. I think it's the greatest gift. All of you complimented, gave him a critical direction where to grow his project and his direction. Without further ado, let's have Pavitran, our next presenter, presenting Death of a No Man's Land. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Pavitran.
First of all, good morning everyone. I'm Pavitran, and today I am also bringing a story from Sri Lanka. It is a story about an architecture student. It is a story about a no man's land, but more than anything else, it is a story about our ego. And for the moral of the question, is architecture a sin committed against nature or not? And this story began in a heaven. And this heaven is slowly turning into a hell. This hell is result of our ego. Our ego as the central of the universe, central of the ecosystem. But in truth, we are merely a part of it. We are merely a single element in the whole ecosystem. So the first chapter begins with our student venturing into this hell and heaven. So this heaven is none other than Muthurajavala marshland, the largest marshland ecosystem in Sri Lanka, home to more than 102 bird species, 48 butterfly species, 40 fish species, and 194 flora. And last not least, it is also home for some of us as well. This heaven is slowly turning into a no man's land. A failed airstrip project and a seaplane project have destroyed almost an acre of this marshland and the Dugam Oya riverbed. So this context becomes the epicenter of the story. This context becomes the embodiment of our ego. So this is where the story happens or the story starts. So once again, we are facing the moral of the question, whether architecture is a solution or a sin. So the students start to explore the theoretical possibilities of an architecture which is sustainable for the marshland, an architecture which reinvigorates the economy of the local marshland and conserves and recovers the natural values of the marshland as well as empowers the local peoples. So this theoretical idea is sort of interpreted in a philosophical way, birth, life, and death of a building. And these stages are subdivided into many things that we will see in the next. So he imagines a building, a program, a functional program where it revives the community, it revitalizes the local economy, and it educates the different parties, and more than anything else, it conserves and recovers the marshland, ultimately a marshland conservation platform. So he imagines a design which hugs the existing tree line. It creates an introverted boundary of the built system so it does not affect the new areas. And it recovers the all previously existed water bodies before the airstrip plan and the whole seaplane program to reinvigorate the soil. and it has defined pathways for the functionality of the built system. And it has strategically placed viewing decks acting as experiential pause point within the journey. And more than anything else, like I said, it is a story. It is about a journey. So there are nodes and there's a climax. So after thinking everything else that as an architecture student, he sleeps, which is very rare, but he does. But suddenly, he is falling from the sky. He is falling from the sky towards something that he thought he knew. He thought he was familiar with. This is the death of the no man's land. So he enters into the first node towards the entrance. So he sees a lot of different peoples and a lot of different spaces. And now he is encountered with the first space, the commons, where the local community becomes the caretakers of the marshland, and their daily lifestyle, knowledge, and functions become inseparable with the ecosystem. Then he moves on to the second node, where he enters into the spaces, really understanding the functionality of different wings and chalets. Here, where the local community is inclusive in the decision-making process of the conservation of the marshland, happens inside the Marshland Conservation Council, and intellectual exchange between different parties happens inside the education research wings, and the revitalization of the local economy and an introduction of land-free or soil-free agriculture introduced inside the agriculture and fishery workshops. But then he's thinking about the idea of birth, life, and death. Why? It has to have some rationale to the architecture. Here's the rationale. In the birth part, the building claims all the invasive species in the area into its material palette, and it breaks the hard runway soil of the area via its foundation systems. And in the life phase, the ecologically permeable facade design and the introverted functionalities allows the nature to take over the building in some time. And in death, when the functional requirements are achieved, once teeming with people, now the buildings are slowly abandoned, becoming merged with the ecosystem, becoming a live exhibition, dismantling the idea of our ego as the humans. And he continues on the journey towards the third node, where he's introduced the sort of a climax or zenith to this whole journey. And along the way, he is seeing the various detailings of the scheme, which are inspired from the local construction techniques as well as the fishing structures which the people builds and some natural forms. So the bamboo framed clay tower for the stack ventilation as well as the refugee watchtower is an application of the idea of without seeing the nature and experiencing the nature without disturbing it. And the self-contained energy tower is the idea of an exaggerated form which produces the energy to reinforce the idea of self-sustainability. And there are a lot of reused materials for the water collection and water filtration. And invasive, like I said, the invasive bamboo species and other elements which are not native for the context are used into the structure and material palette. And at the end, there is something else that we will see later. So for the material and color palette, like I said, it's collected from the context itself. It observes all the harmful materials from the context to build itself. And using such as the golden bamboo or the sea chrysanthemum, those kind of things are introduced to create the structures as well as the facade panels. And old barrels and old metal sheets are sort of the accent of the local context, the color of the local context, which becomes the language of the whole design. And for the energy production as well as the energy usage, the passive design technology or passive design strategies are used for the ventilation and lighting of the structures, as well as introduction of some innovative energy production methods allows the building to be self-sustained, almost a net zero building, at least in the conceptual level. Now, he is moving towards the end. It's the revelation of the zenith. It's the tower of zenith. It is the climax. Here he sees all the Muthurajavala marshland. Remember, this is where everything starts. It's our ambition to see everything from above, from the plain, from the marshland. But now he sees everything. The marshland, the built system, as well as the natural system, blending together, becoming one. But after this, when he descends from this tower, the structure, he's plagued by an idea. Till this point, that everything was humble. Everything merged into the context. Everything merged into the natural system. But there's at the end, here is this exaggerated form, this exaggerating tower, standing as a monumental satire on this whole scheme. He doubts himself whether he failed in the idea of defeating our human ego. This tower becomes the embodiment of our ego at the end. That after everything else, we still fail because of our ambition, because of our wishes, and because we are not humble enough. So, in a way, this tower becomes a satirical critique on our approach. But now, I think the final question is whether all of these things were only a dream which he had when he slept or not, which can be real. That depends on whether we need this tower or not. Thank you. I'm Pavitran.
Thank you, Pavitran. Judges, the floor is yours. Don't be shy, guys. Just fight. No, I'm just yeah, Santosh. Thank you. Give us a second. Right, please.
Yeah, good presentation and narration and the overall, congrats to that. I think all the video and it's a very relevant topic as well. I think degeneration of marshlands in many of the tropical countries, it's really nice, a very good ecological system that happens for so many birds and vegetation and seems to be eroding every time. Just wanted to, and also liked your, the whole theatrics and how you wanted to talk of hell and heaven, contrast and dream and reality, and how you're placing all these things in the overall, the idea that you're put in. So I have just some practical questions. So did you have any data? Like I think I did, when I researched it, it was around 3,000 hectares, and how much were lost in the process? And did you study any particular way where it has been recycled, and what has been the timeline of growth to restoration? And third one was, I just felt whether there was too much architecture in the overall concept. Maybe we could have just had little lesser buildings, because it just again goes back to the same ego, not with the tower, but I just felt the overall entire, why do we need so much again to go in? There are so many other places to learn. If we are going to, if our sole intent is to regenerate the entire marshland, can the architecture could have been little more subtler, little more smaller, little more lesser? Is one of the questions. And any other detailed analysis that you have done, how they grow, what's the root size, what the shrubs, and how it is, like, just to have little more understanding on how much research has been, given on the backyard, apart from architecture, because it's a very sensitive, the whole design works on that. Like, so these were my questions, but apart from that, a good presentation, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I want to start from the third question. I think that's more relevant. So me personally, I think like at the end of the presentation that as human or as an architect, in a general sense, that he also failed in a way. That because, as you said, everything can be more humbler, more simpler, and there can be less of things. Because this brainstorming session or this narrative came right after the end of the project. It was not ended at the end of the project. So this whole narrative was developed after the project, that how as an architect we are trying to impress everyone and the judges and our jurors, and in a way fails in our original.
How did you come up with this tower? I mean, is it something related to your poetic? Like,
yeah.
How do you come with this form?
It's a simple fishing structure which is not in this scale. So I reimagined the same form or same idea of a simple fishing structure into an exaggerated thing. So because in our normal life that we see small things, and when we see it on a huge scale, we'll be astonished. And the idea is that it has to be something morbid. It has to be something ridiculous in a way.
Stefan, he's the guy, he's really good, this guy. He's the guy who always in the class brought his hand up, and that he couldn't sleep actually before hands up. And that was the reason of your tower in the end of it. Very good presentation. You are really good to present. Perfect, yeah. Thank you.
The question really is like, I mean, it's a beautifully like poetic, the way that you present it. But the only question I have is, I like to see your architecture form coming from your storyline, instead of,
Yes. So it is. Madam, can I? Yeah. Thank you. So that form or the tower is a result of two things. That one thing is that C-plane program, and we have to see everything from above. So it have to be something vertical, and second thing is since the highway project, there were a lot of signal towers and things in the Muthurajavala marshland. So when I was in the site physically, so that was the only thing that it was out of place, or it showed the idea of ego of us within that humble space. So that exaggerated form of tower was conceived at that, and form and meticulous details are refined later on.
Thank you. Thank you. So firstly, beautiful drawings. Congrats.
Thank you.
My question is the marshland tidal?
No, it's a lagoon.
Okay, it's a lagoon.
Yes.
Okay. So I agree with Santosh's question. Is that too much architecture? Because you started your presentation with a beautiful aerial image of nature, and then when you finish your presentation, all I could see is your architecture. So think about, touching the site lightly.
Can I?
Yeah, and also sectional design, how people actually experience the marshland at different levels, because you only show it at one level, and it's always from the plan. And yeah.
One thing is that that amount of building was needed at the start, because there was this huge runway and airstrip, and they dumped so much of gravel on the marshland to make the ground solid. So at the start, the thought process was a certain level of, certain amount of building was needed so that building's foundation can break the grounds and the hard soil, so the soil can rejuvenate in a sense.
Yeah,
And
I also think it's about people's experience with the marshland, with the ecology and the animals and the plants.
Yes,
So I think that's the part that we could consider for.
Is there a good example that's where the marshlands have been completely regenerated? Have you studied anywhere where it's been done? Like,
yes, I studied about Miyawaki method, where the natural balance is triggered by us in doing some small tweakings and some replanting.
I'm asking of a real project. Where has it been implemented and done? Like,
It is being done in a lot of countries, in Japan and in USA as well. Okay, so.
All right, that would be, time's up. So I would encourage you to take this offline with Santosh and Raza. You can chat with them later. All right, thank you so much. Okay, you may
Thank you.
leave the hall, the stage. Thank you. All right. It's good, it's good. We are all very excited. Next, we have Diane with her presentation on the Green Terminal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Diane.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diane Condesido, and I will be presenting the Green Terminal, a hawker center reimagined embodying circular sustainability in the former Tanjong Pagar Railway Station, Singapore. Despite being a small country, Singapore produces a staggering amount of waste. In Singapore, about 7.39 million tons of waste was generated in 2020. We have one of the world's most advanced waste management system, including 5 waste-to-energy plants and the Semakau landfill. However, by 2035, the Semakau landfill will reach its estimated maximum capacity. Among the 7.39 million tons, only 57% of it is recycled. As you can see on the graph on the right, most of the waste disposed of are plastics and food, but they are also the least recycled. So ask yourself, how often do you do takeout? Do you ask for a plastic bag? I myself do takeout twice a day, so that's a total of 4 plastic bags for food and drink. There's about 5.9 million people in Singapore, and if even half of those people are like me, that's a total of 12 million plastic bags a day. Naturally, I felt very guilty about it. It's no wonder that Semakau landfill is almost full, right? So how can we ever keep up with all this trash and waste? Will we ever have any resources or space to accommodate for everything? Other than the 3 R's, the circular economy loop provides another layer for us to make use of what we already have. That's why I want to reimagine a hawker center where food and sustainability goes hand in hand. Evolved from street food culture, hawker centers are almost everywhere in Singapore. People from all walks of life, young or old, rich or poor, local or non-local, they come here to grab a bite to eat. Despite rapid globalization, hawker culture is something that belongs to all of us. It connects us without us even knowing. This is a map of old Singapore town in the 1850s. Zooming into Tanjong Pagar, it's a lot of plantations near large water body. Now, it's a bustling port city where it houses the site of the Tanjong Pagar railway station. As you can see, it's nearby a lot of residential areas, businesses, and hotels, but there's not a lot of hawker centers. Therefore, I welcome you to the Green Terminal. Like all hawker centers, the target audience of the Green Terminal is the general public. But I would like to highlight the hawker entrepreneurs. These people will be the new age of hawkers that will lead the modern hawker era into a more sustainable future. The design concept is architectural palimpsest. Palimpsest is the method of rewriting over historical texts without erasing it. Just like in architecture, as designers, we don't start from scratch. We reinvent, reimagine, and we recreate. in architecture, palimpsest represents an unfinished process built upon an unfinished past. The metaphor, it indicates transformation over time, acknowledging that like culture, spaces also constantly evolve. Seeing palimpsest as layers, I started viewing it as a book and using the book as a metaphor to generate form. Besides looking at it as form, I would like to layer with meaning, starting with the bottom, maintaining the overall structure of the historical building while keeping reminiscent details of it being a train station and also incorporating sustainability into the points below. The materiality also incorporates things that you would see in Singapore, like upcycled MRT benches, the void deck test tables, making it more familiar, making it more Singapore. This is the material board where you can see recycled plastic panels, recycled unused tiles, and also construction waste. The green terminal is zoned in 4 sections: the main building, the south wing, the north wing, the outdoor platform, and hawker center. This is the architecture intervention of the building. This is how it is as a train station before. Breaking into pieces, you can see that the original structure is maintained, but the nucleus of the entertainment center is in the middle, still going together with the original structure. Here, pieced together, you can still see a reminiscence of the past, while adding on that extra layer of entertainment and life into the building. The floor plan is zoned as such. Here is the main entrance and the rail entry from the railway corridor. The public access is from below and the residential access is above. So nearing the residential access is actually the hawker center. This is where you buy containers that will save you some money and also bring you a reusable container to take to the hawker center. The second floor flows seamlessly from the ground floor. It is also similarly zoned as such. The third floor shows more workshops. In hawker centers, there's not a lot of, they used to have upcycling workshop, but they don't have a designated space for it until now. Moving back to the train platform outdoor hawker area, this is what the train station looks before. And this is how it looks now. With more life, green roofs, and vibrant colors, it's brought alive with community, hawking, dining, and also a place together. It's not just a train station anymore. Going to the user experience through the space, starting where you would leave your bikes or you bring your pets, it offers inclusivity. So it's not just for you, but it's also for the animals. A key feature in the green terminal is the waste sorting station. Here you can see an active and visual representation of how easy it is to be environmentally conscious in sorting your waste, just like how Japan is doing now. The retail area offers you solutions into lessening the plastic waste. You can buy a takeout container here, bring it to the hawker center, and you can bring it back and reuse it for the future. This is the copy bar, where we engage younger people in the hawking community. They can make it modern, they can make their own. You can continue tradition over the years. And here, building on copy culture, you will see people doing their own thing. You will see people sorting their waste, and you will see people not doing plastics. The more you see it, the more you would want to do it yourself. Here we also have grab and goes. So it's not just for locals, tourists, it's also for business person who would just want to grab a quick bite and bring it back to their office. These are modules that offer different users. You can interchange with them. So the retail modules, freestanding hawker modules, sustainability modules, and hawker store modules, they can be one of each other. the hawker center event space. Previously a transient space where people just walk through a corridor and nothing's happening. And now an entertainment center, where it's not just a hawker center with monotonous chairs, it's an experience. You get to see a live entertainment where you eat. Back to the hawker store and dining areas. Previously a small canteen, and now filled with life. Even though it's still the same purpose, if it ain't broke, why change it? The vault, where sustainability showcases are celebrated. This is how it was at the train station. It's a gathering point where you collect your tickets, you wait for your friends or family. And now, building onto the same purpose, you can see that the staircases connect the vault vertically while giving that transparency of each level. The tapestry above is actually a tribute to building history, where recycled plastic bags are weaved into showing different images of the train station in its heyday. The Butter Market and Garden, following the typical hawker center where there's a market adjacent to it, the Butter Market is invented as a way of engaging the community into sustainability practices. Here is the Butter Market, where you can see the reused MRT poles. Nippon Paint's colors is used to liven up the space, and there's even large pipes recycled from construction waste as a green roof. With the beautiful architecture and motifs of the Tanjong Pagar railway station, it would be a waste not for people to see it up close. And since it's so well preserved, a roof garden is added so that you can see up close the architecture while still engaging the community into something green. The workshop on the third place. This is just a small room before, and now engaging the community to be more sustainable, to ask them to do more upcycling. Before I end my presentation, please watch this video. Hawker centers are like Singapore in a nutshell. This encapsulates our goal. It's to preserve the warmth and the familiarity of hawker culture, but gearing it to a sustainable future. Like many projects, this may never get built, but the message stands. This is a catalyst. It reminds us all that it is not just the end goal for all hawker centers, but it's a start of its sustainable journey. Before I end my presentation, I would like to quote Winston Churchill. This is not the end. This is not even the beginning of the end. Perhaps it is the end of the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Can you switch your mic? Judges, the floor is yours. Okay. Yes, Raza.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And once again, a very concerned project, a concerned student who wants to do good, which is great. I think I was trying to understand what happened to the station earlier, before you took over the project. I think there was, at least for me, there was a little less clarity as in what's happening at the station today. And because you mentioned the words that it's very well preserved. So I'm wondering what it is used for currently, which is good or not good. And I feel a lot of your presentation was about programming, who should be there and what they should be doing. But perhaps we could see a little more about how the architecture is informed by such programs, and also how and why the architecture should be informed by such a landmark building or neighborhood that you're looking at. And I think the first student also had a very public street-like subject. And I think there should be some thought about these informal movements of diverse kind of people on the street only happen on the street because a street offers them that kind of a space.
This is the second bell.
Yeah, okay. Because the street offers them that kind of a space, and it's about that horizontal plane, the relationship to that horizontal plane that's very sacred to such elements that are, inspiring for you. So if there's anything, you don't have to respond to it, but it was just my feedback.
Actually, the train station, it has not been operating for many decades now. Now it's considered a historical building. Currently, it's being revived as a new MRT station in Singapore. However, the main building is still being preserved. It's actually being developed into something else. I'm not sure what URA has planned, but currently, there'll be a new MRT station nearby.
And that is the tragedy of Singapore. We have a history of knocking down really beautiful historical buildings to make way for transit, MRT stations.
Yes.
Anyway, I think using food as a connector is a great idea because everyone loves food and everyone has to eat. I think there is a bit of a missed opportunity there because food waste is also a big thing. So if that becomes part of the concept and the biofuel generator becomes a dominant part of the building in response to this subject, how would that change your scheme? That's my first question. Then secondly, the waste part is also great because we have a big problem being very like first world country, but we don't ever sort our waste like other first world countries. So that is also, I feel there's a disconnect between that concept and how it actually translates to how you encourage people to educate them or something. And I also love the entrepreneur hawker concept, and that is also something that we need to preserve as a culture. Old hawkers retiring and new hawkers don't want to take over, so how does your project encourage this crossing of generations? So using a transit station to facilitate that is a great idea. Just want to see that being developed. So yeah, really great start, I think.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else would like to add on? Dr. Armin, please.
It's a good idea, actually. You make it very wise concept, but in the between your presentation, you caught this beautiful building. It was like I got it like heart. Why you caught that such a beautiful spaces? Sometimes it's better in architecture that you do nothing. On that space, on this main space room, it was so beautiful, the picture. You don't need to do anything on it. I don't know if you agree with me. It was so beautiful picture. And I said, why you start with a lot of elements, less is more, as better than me, of course. And it's hurt me, actually, some when you cut and you bring in the middle of such a beautiful windows, you put it away, or in one room, you show one room and suddenly it comes curtains before, and that's such a nice actually room. Sometimes it's better really to do nothing. I think this guy also +1 was good at the importance of nothing in architecture.
Thank you, Dr. Ariel.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I agree. It was heartbreaking to cut the structure. But I also think that since it hasn't been operated for many, many years, it would be very hard to preserve the original structure now. That's why, even though I would like to preserve it as a whole, there would need to be some additions to keep the structure as it is.
There's no
Santosh, Stephen?
in the attack to the architectural point.
Sorry?
Sorry.
Basically, you inserted all these little shops and little bit here and there. I mean, you didn't really challenge how you make this building more beautiful or preserve it or some way. I would like to see more architectural, challenge than having these little programs everywhere.
Santosh, the last 30 seconds.
You're making me nervous. No, Diane, good presentation, and it's a very thin line between transformation and preservation, and it's always sacred because there is so much history built to it. So I know it's very tough, but I could see a lot of programs that's being inserted into to activate those spaces. So is in very lot of superficial treatments of the old MRT seats, the tiles and things like that, but to bring in memories, I could see that, but the overall idea looks like an exhibition of sustainable products, but is it a real sustainable solution that the program would be giving in, or it's just an exhibition of complete sustainable shops or things like that? So is there something more deep inside that we have to go in and see how to make it even more a balance of all these things, conservation, activation of spaces, and this I thought maybe we could have explored a little more on that front. But otherwise, overall, it looked good. Yeah, thanks.
Right, thank you, Santosh. Thank you, Diane. Quick public service announcement. When you guys go in and out of that door is very loud, so please hold the door so that it doesn't slam. Thank you. So, yes, apologies for the ting-tong sound. Okay, next we will have Adrian presenting Love in the Time of Instant Cities.
Dito ako lumaki, sa isang maliit na bayan sa Batangas, napapalibutan ng ilog, sapa at mga hayop. Nariyan ang mga baboy, bibe at manok na parang parte na rin ng aming pamilya. Madalas kong samaan si Lolo sa kanyang maliit na babuyan, tumakbo ng walang tsinelas at maramdaman ang init ng lupa sa aking mga paa. Dito ko natutunan na ang kalikasan ay may sariling galaw. Isang tahimik, ngunit makapangyarihang ritmo. Sa pinagtungulan, walang kumukutitap na ilaw ng syudad. Walang maingay na trapiko o mga nagmamadaling tao. Mayroon lang makikitid na kalsada, kung saan malayang nakakapaglaro ang mga bata. Matandang puno, na saksi sa maraming henerasyon, at mga ilog na tahimik na gumuguhit sa lupa. Pero habang lumalaki ako, nagsimula akong bumiyahe. Napadpad ako sa Maynila, sa mas malawak, mas mabilis, mas maingay na mga lugar. Doon ko lang napagtanto kung gaano kaliit ang bayan ko sa malawak na mundo. Para bang isa lang itong tuldok sa mapa. Sa lahat ng ito, bumabalik ako sa isang tanong. Ano ba ang tunay na nagbibigay halaga sa isang lugar? Nasusukat ba ito sa laki ng lupa, sa dami ng mga gusali, o sa dami ng mga ilaw tuwing gabi?
Hinahanap natin ang pagmamahal sa iba't ibang lugar. We search for love in different places, in traces of home, even in unfamiliar places. Good morning, everyone. I'm AJ from the Philippines, and this is my AYDA entry entitled Love in the Time of Instant Cities. Coming from a small town in my country, I travel for hours passing through the familiar traffic in Makati. And just like every time that I go to Manila, I see the same thing. Progress in the face of tall buildings and infrastructure rising higher and higher. This is the face of urbanization that is happening all across the world. You see, across the world, cities are grappling with the remnants of urbanization. In Detroit, for example, which is once the center of American manufacturing, is an economic disparity and vast abandoned zones. In Lagos, Nigeria, it has led to slums and inadequate infrastructure. In Mumbai, Beijing, and Jakarta, former industrial zones are suffering ecological degradation and displacement of communities. We shift our focus close to my home, and we see a familiar story. Metro Manila is heating up and fast. And one big reason is that we almost lost all of our green spaces. From 30% in 1988 to a drastic decline of 0.03% that we have today. Looking at this map of Metro Manila, we can clearly see the areas suffering the most intense heat. The red and pink zones are Manila, Makati, Quezon City, and Pasig. All of these districts near the Pasig River, a 27-kilometer waterway that connects major cities of Metro Manila and Rizal. And along the banks of the river are dozens of underutilized land that we can use as green lungs of the city. One particular example is the Pandacan Oil Depot located along the bank of the river. The Pandacan Oil Depot has long served a critical role in the storage and distribution of petroleum products that supply the metro. But time and time again, incidents have showed us just how dangerous it is to store and transport hazardous materials right in the middle of the city. In fact, in 2005, a health survey proved that the air surrounding the oil depot contains high level of benzene, which is a chemical compound known to increase the risk of cancer. That is to say that the community is not only at risk of explosion, but are breathing in poison every single day. But by 2015, the Pandacan Oil Depot shut down completely, leaving a vast industrial site right in the middle of Manila, surrounded by both homes and businesses, waiting for its next purpose. With the oil depot gone, we're given a moment in the time of history to redefine an industrial landscape, not as another profit-driven development, but something that actually works for both people and nature. This is where we transition from a macro perspective to a micro lens, focusing on how we can transform Pandacan's industrial landscape as a model for urban renewal, ecological restoration, and social inclusivity. Ang pagdidisenyo bilang mahabang proseso ng pag-unawa, pakikiangkop, at pakikibagay. Design as a long process of understanding, adopting, and integrating. You see, our goal for Pandacan was not only to build, but to heal, to reconnect, and to redefine what this place could be. So central to our approach is to allocate 70% of land for vegetation coverage. And instead of concrete, we're having ecological areas, oxidation lagoons, and surface wetlands that restore biodiversity, improve air and water quality, and help mitigate flooding. We structured our strategies into 3 key dimensions: urban, environment, and social. First, the environment. For such a very long time, the Pasig River has been treated like a boundary or an afterthought in urban planning. But what if instead of seeing it as a divider, we saw it as a spine for both social and ecological network? Because currently, the edges of the Pasig River are covered with concrete infrastructure, which are rigid barriers that does not only disconnect people from the river, but also increases its chances of pollution. My solution is a series of regenerative landscape which are cost-effective, and by doing so, we're already limiting the baseline heat that we're going to respond. The process begins by capturing water from the river, and then it gets filtered in our gabion walls before it gets to our subsurface wetlands, and then stored and recharged in our oxidation ponds. The clean water is then returned back to the river. But how do we make sure that this is not only ecological, but also social and economic? This is where our second and third dimension comes in: urban and social. Retrofitting the old existing tanks open a lot of possibilities in reimagining the Pandacan as a vibrant community hub. The entry will be framed by a retaining wall guiding the user in a deliberate descent. The ventilation will be facilitated by low-level intacts that will support natural airflow. Thermal regulation, we're going to be using dried water hyacinth that are directly harvested from the Pasig River. Those water hyacinth will be used as the paneling for the building and the steel shell, which will act as the buffer of the steel plate. But more than just sustainable, it will also become a form of community co-creation in which we involve the local community themselves in the process. And structurally, we're having a radial beam system that is anchored on a compression ring that stabilizes the entire roof assembly. And by recognizing how Filipinos get excited over pageants, basketball, and boxing, or any events that bring people together, I developed 3 building typologies that respond to the local habits. The first building typology is a fuel for culture, which is an indoor community theater and an indoor library. The second typology is a fuel for heritage, which is an industrial museum that commemorates the historical legacy of the site, lined with the stories of the laborers themselves. All those building typologies will be linked by a network of undulating walkways, which are a layered transition of space that allow the user to experience the tank as both a destination and a journey. A multi-generational zone that fosters interaction, memory, sorry, the clicker's not working.
Do you need to replay?
No.
Okay.
A multi-generational zone that fosters interaction, memory, and connection among different age groups of the community. And as fuel for retail, we have an adaptable flea market, which is flexible. Foldable tables and stalls will give rise to microeconomies that could empower thousands of families without the need for expensive materials, since most of our materials are locally sourced that allows for incremental growth. Our community centers are built with permeability in mind, allowing wind to bypass the structure, thereby reducing pressure and wind load. Our community centers are organized into 3 functional zones. The first zone is a basket weaving in which we transform the dried water hyacinth into handcrafted bags. The same material will be also used for the paneling of the building itself. The second zone houses an eco-charcoal facility that transforms the dried water hyacinth into eco-charcoal briquettes, while an inclusive learning center supports skill building and education, in which we also offer labor and employment, even for PWD members of the community. And by restoring the site's natural ecology, we're also bringing back the migratory birds which are once driven away by pollution. And by doing so, we're having birdwatch towers that are carefully integrated with the site's microzones and water systems. A collection of 11 floating pods will be put in front of the site, with each precast pod developed in a tilling pattern and an independent column structure that are prefabricated. Each pod will be planted with native plants and landscapes that will help diversify urban nature. A series of connecting walkways and ramps will be placed in between the pods to enable continuous movement of people along the waterfront. Our pathways and boardwalks are going to be made using FRP grafting, which limits the slippery hazard, and for the project to be functional even in wet seasons. And as consideration for sanitation of the area, we have an eco-toilet design that uses urine diversion techniques and dry composting. All of these interventions with the goal of reclaiming the narrative of the site, restoring what once lost, both in nature and in memory. Going back to my hometown, last year I got to spend time with my inay again. And just like when I was a kid, she would ask if I still had eaten, and she'll try to make sure if I was okay. But this time, it was my turn to take care of her and sit beside her the way that she used to sit beside me. And just like working on this entry, beside her was a memory I will forever cherish, but it will also be my last memory of her. She never got to see my entry finish or see how it all came together. But with everything that has happened in these past months, working on this entry has taught me many things. It taught me about memory, it taught me about people, but more than anything, it brought me back to where I began, on trying to understand what it means to keep something alive as a way of remembering and a way of returning. That is constantly rushing to build the next big thing, we begin to lose the things that makes us feel grounded. The love that I've learned back home, in the quiet, in the soil, and in the hands that raised me, is the kind of love that our cities need to remember. That for me is what it means to build with compassion, with purpose, and with love in the time of instant cities.
Thank you. Adrian, you need to swap up your mic first. Judges, you have 5 minutes. Yeah, you can start. 5 is not enough, I know. We can catch up during lunch, yes.
He doesn't have to respond, I can just...
Okay, sure.
Thank you, and I'll start by saying I love your title. Yeah, love is what we need mostly in this world right now. I love people. Sometimes I love to hate people, but that's okay. I think you got everything kind of clinically correct. It was a very well put together presentation. And when you try to act as a designer on your site, perhaps it's such a special site. It's a very interesting site, as in, I'm talking in terms of objects. You have these beautiful radial sort of forms. Perhaps as an architect, just dealing with that peculiarity of what landed in your lap could have been a very interesting design exercise by itself. Yeah, other than that, landscape was enough. Yeah, and it could have been a very special kind of response, design response to the, to a really good program. Thank you.
Thank you, Raza. Anyone else? Santosh?
Yeah, even I'll echo Raza. I like the title, Love. Like, that's what we all need, love and peace. So my couple of questions was, it was just the opposite of 18+1. Whether we could have retained just one of the, the tanks as a memory, and can we, if we get rid of the remaining one, would it have given you more scope for public to enjoy? Because those pods are, or not the pods, those elements, some of the existing tanks seem to be more of a constraint than enhancing the design. So whereas now that that function, it solved its purpose, if you just want to have one for the people to know its history, the rest if it's gone, would it be more user-friendly, visually connecting, something more open, sprawl, and nice for people to enjoy that space. And so, did you consider that, whether to remove them, just to keep one as an idea and the other, because that was one thought I had. Sometimes it looked a little heavy in terms of a landscape, but overall, like the idea, all the details that you have done in terms of water restoration or the rivers, or how it's get cleaned and go to the other side. That's good, and I felt the presentation was more emotional, less contextual in a way, but more emotional. You want to get into the emotional content. It is good in a way, but these were some of my questions of whether it's little removal of that space and make it even more open. And I've seen spaces like this. There's Gasworks in Seattle and other places where they've renovated, where just the remnants is kept, but the rest is back to the public, what that space is supposed to be. That's my question.
Yeah, that's actually one thing that I've considered in my design process. But actually, the oil tanks that I've only developed are only 3 buildings. The rest, I didn't do anything in the interior, and I remained it as is. So, I only developed 3 tanks.
The center is saying that it's like your presentation is like almost crying, but then if you look at your architecture, it's a little harsh, Can it be softer? Like your heart, that about love and emotion. So it can be, if you can make architecture softer. Yeah. Think about it.
Okay, you don't have to respond. Thank you, Stephen. Wenhui, Armin.
Yes, I saw the picture. It's fine. Okay. In the picture, like Stefan and Tentor said, actually, you show the picture very green, very nice from far away. Okay, when you zoom in, I saw just architecture, a lot of these bridges, even concrete and stuff. It's very that soft. It was to me two different. I was missing a lot.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. There is another one also here.
Well, congratulations on your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, you were very smooth. So I agree with everything the other judges have said, but how do you actually show love?
Yeah, I showed love. The design intent actually in my project is the architecture of repair, in which, as you can see in the master plan, I only tried to integrate the built environment in a small portion of the site and allowing nature to grow, allowing areas for nature to rewild.
I understand. So, but what if the individual structures were treated as occupied by souls and characters, so they are not just structure?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We have one more presenter, then we'll have a 10 minutes coffee break. All right? Do you guys need coffee now? Okay, good. Next presenter before the break, we will have Wai Fong presenting Tanjong Piai Mangrove Living Museum. Ladies and gentlemen, loud applause to Wai Fong.
Can I start now?
Yes.
I still remember the first time when I visited the mangrove forest. I was amazed by the beautiful mangrove trees that lies along the trails. As I walk, I see crustaceans living in the wet soils, migratory birds standing elegantly. And all of a sudden, I see something very frustrating, rubbish traps amongst the roots of the mangroves. This is concerning, as this will hinder the mangrove roots from breathing. And what made me even more frustrated is I saw the construction workers pouring the concrete into the wet soil, and this will 100% disturb the entire mangrove ecosystem. In fact, there's a deforestation carried on the site, removing all the trees just to build a mangrove gallery. Immediately, a question lingered in my mind. Does architect need to remove all the trees just to raise another structures? Can architecture and nature coexist together? Can we build architecture eco-sensitively and support the growth of the nature? If you are the architect, how would you do it? In my visions, perhaps this is how architecture and nature can coexist together. My name is Wong, and I'm a passionate architect who wants to save the mangrove forest. Tanjung Piai Mangrove Living Museum is a testament on how architecture and nature can coexist together and eventually support the growth of each other. The project location is located in Malaysia, one of the largest mangrove holding nations in the world. Yet, it is losing mangrove due to poor conservation effort. The selected site is located at southeast tip of the Malaysia. It is crucial stopover site for migratory birds. In mangrove forests, mangrove is important natural wave barrier that protect the coastline from the sea waves. They absorb 5 times more carbon dioxide than typical forests. When architects design in the mangrove forest, they need to consider different characteristics of the mangrove species, such as soil types, root types, water level, humidity level, tree heights, and so on. Mangrove also provide various animal and plant species habitats that living across different forest layers. Despite its ecological importance, Tanjung Piai is having mangrove depletion due to poor construction practice, lack of visitors and attractions to sustain, and the loss of biodiversity and mangrove livelihood. Demographics show that the loss of the mangrove also has caused the loss of the mangrove craftsmanship. In order to rehabilitate the mangrove forest, a site analysis has been conducted. The main reason the site is dying is due to insufficient facilities and attraction on the site. The only attraction on the site is the monotonous trail, which doesn't invite visitors' interest to come to the mangrove forest. In order to promote public interest, various buildings have been built on dryland and wetland. At dryland area, there's a visitor museum. The treehouse station is placed strategically along the wetland trails in order to promote public engagement. Various activities is introduced to raise the public interest to come to the mangrove forest. And all the programs implemented is empowered by the local community, which utilize the resources from the mangrove forest, such as timber and fisheries, to make mangrove-related product. After process, this product will then sell to the public for rehabilitation funds. So after the site analysis, the architecture finally designed as a solution to cater the problem encountered on the site. In order not to destroy the root system and the soil, the entire building is elevated above the ground level, leaving back the ground back to the nature. In order to tackle low public interest, various activities such as eco-recreational and local cultural activities is introduced to promote public interest. To rehabilitate the mangrove forest, architecture could serve as a platform to gather the right community to carry out community-based ecological restoration effort. The design development starts with the idea of organic morphology, which try to fit the building footprints into the existing trees. Firstly, the existing improper built building is removed from the site, and the site is restored to its original greenery state. Secondly, a removable trail is built around the mangrove trees to prevent the construction further damaging the wet soil. Thirdly, the building is then built in integration with the nature. At the dryland area, the building is elevated from the ground to build with minimal intervention. At the wetland area, column is punctured in between the roots of the mangrove in order not to destroy the root systems. The building is then elevated to different forest layer height in order to respond to different forest layers. After the structure is completed, the program is implemented into the building for better public engagement. Eventually, it becomes a living museum for ecological restoration. The building also designed with the concept of ecological discovery through architecture, where the architecture invites people to play, chill, have fun in the mangrove forest, and eventually learn to appreciate the nature. The building platform is designed at different forest layers in order for visitors to access to different forest floor to view different animal and plant species living across. Now, after the design process and the concept explanation, let me bring you through the visitor center and show you how a visitor can spend a day here and learn about mangrove conservation. Upon arriving at the entrance, visitors will be firstly welcomed by the mangrove sensory garden, where they can actually touch, smells, listening to the bird chirping sound by direct interaction with the mangrove plant species. At the upper level, there's an indoor exhibition gallery featuring the bird sculpture species that inhabits inside the mangrove forest, showing that mangrove forest isn't just about the mangrove trees, it consists of a rich biodiversity that forms as part of the ecosystem. At the ground floor level, there's a double volume community classroom, serves as a dedicated area for the visitor to raise their public awareness on the mangrove conservation. The hammock terrace area is an interactive platform for the children to have fun in the mangrove settings. The cafeteria is where people can mingle around. It features the use of local earth tone timber to create warm and comfortable atmosphere. The large lower window is introduced not just to introduce natural lighting and ventilation, but also to prevent moisture condensation and salt crystallization due to high humidity level and salinity level in the atmosphere. Mangrove dyeing workshop is incorporated to promote local cultures. It educates the public on the daily usage of the mangrove bulbs. Here, visitors can have a chance to dye the batik using the natural pigment extracted from the mangrove barks. The nipa weaving workshop is promote visitors to have a chance utilizing the nipa leaves to create their own handcraft furniture, such as hats, sittings, and so on. And all these income generated from the program will be used to relocate for ecological research. Ecological research labs serve as a dedicated space for the scientists to carry out scientific investigation and supporting ongoing conservation efforts. So, the next learning nodes will be river bed. The structure is designed along the rivers in order to respond to the water tidal level. The aerial view shows that the building is designed with minimal footprint and camouflage within the mangrove settings. During the high tide level, the water pad offers the visitor immersive and playful water experience. It offers visitors sittings while collecting the seashells, dipping their legs into the water. It also offers children jumping from one pad to another pad to cross the river. When the nights fall, visitors can choose to have a slow boat tour ride, gliding along the river, witnessing the fireflies illuminating the entire forest. The next learning nodes will be adventurous treehouse. The treehouse station is designed to revolve around the tree trunk, utilizing the tree trunk as the supporting elements. It offers a visitor adventurous platform. Visitors can choose to have skywalk or flying fox, transfer from one station to another station. The sunken observation deck allows visitors to have a close-up view of what really happens inside the mangrove roots. The column is strategically punctured in between the roots in order not to destroy the root systems. The next learning node will be hanging treehouse. It's a structure where design hanging in the middle of the air, utilizing the trees as the supporting elements. It's designed like a playground. It offers the visitor elevated experience and offering them sittings. It is a perfect resting spot for visitors to have fun and have a rest after a long trail walk. At the southern tip, there's a viewing tower designed with elongated cantilever in order to maximize the views towards the sea. It offers the visitor to have a chance to witness the migratory birds flying across the skies, eager soaring overhead while riding on a boat. The next learning nodes will be observatory treehouse. It's a treehouse station that's designed to fit within the natural spread of the branches. It offers the visitor to have a chance to take photographs and a close-up view of the epiphyte plant species such as moss and ferns that inhabits on the mangrove branches. The journey of discovery ended with the mangrove incubator. It's a structure designed to protect the mangrove seedlings from damaging by the sea waves, ensuring their growth and survival. With one ticket, one mangrove initiatives, visitors can have a chance to easily participating in the mangrove replanting and reforestation carried out by the volunteers. And all these volunteers group is actually consists of the members of students, family members, and even environmentalists work together as a community to revitalize and restore the entire ecosystem. This section summarizes the journey of architecture, showing the transition of Messing from dryland to wetland. It gradually becomes more eco-sensitively built as it goes deeper towards the mangrove forest. This video tells us the story of architecture when designed with humble can actually become a bridge to gather community to carry out community-based ecological restoration effort for mangrove rehabilitations. Plants gradually grows on top of the building and be part of the structures. The wildlife habitat gradually returned to the site, reclaiming the site as the habitats once more. The building will eventually camouflage within the mangrove forest by allowing the epiphyte plant species grow on top of its facade. Once rehabilitation is done, architecture enters a reverse cycle. It's being dismantled and transported to the new site to initiate new rehabilitation. At the end, architecture was never meant to be conquered the structure. Here, architecture doesn't shout out, it steps back, it whispers, so mangrove can step forward and birds can sing their song. With time, architecture wouldn't stand apart, but instead, it will grow together with the nature. This is why I call it Tanjong Piai Mangrove Living Museums. My name is Wong, and I am a passionate architect who wants to save the mangrove forest. Thank you.
Thank you, Fong. Can you switch your mic first?
Okay.
Judges, take a deep breath. You all right? Your face is red. No worries, no worries. Fong, join us. Okay, judges, I'd like to open the floor to comments and questions. Anyone would like to start? Yeah, please. Thank you, Raza.
Yeah. It's sometimes easier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yet another.
Please don't ask difficult question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another, environment-related project. They're all good. We love environment-related projects. I think these are very nice images, very good presentation, and you know how to draw. You have a sense of what you're trying to do. But I think when you show this facility, and then you take us to a journey. I think that's where the project was, journey. You make these museums and these things in cities where you want everything to be together. You could just chop it up and just distribute it everywhere, because then I will walk through the mangroves and I will enjoy it better, I will understand it better, rather than going into a giant thing which then has to be taken over by plants and this and that and whatnot. So I think your heart is in the right place. Maybe you have to do less, and it may be better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I answer?
Architecturally, you can design. You can design already as a student, but then just to make one step farther away, then you're trying to blend into the woods. Why not make your material a little older? Why do you have to use vertical and horizontal strips? Can it be something else?
Okay.
That's it. That's the only question. You don't need to answer.
Because, can I answer to that question?
Yeah, please do.
Horizontal and vertical strip, all this is the vertical and horizontal lures. It's designed not because I wanted it to be like that, it's because it's the high humidity and salinity level in the mangrove forest. If you are just make it solid, they will have water condensations. And if you are using glass, they will also have water condensation and salt crystallization on top of the glasses. So it has to be more opening in order to prevent. It is a solution to design specifically in the mangrove forest.
You had a question just now, you said? Oh, no, okay.
Answer to.
Okay, thank you. I hope that answers, Stephen. Anyone else? Santosh?
No, good presentation, and could see your passion for mangrove throughout. Yeah,
Hey.
and and it's really good, well put up, and thoughtful, and how sustainable, and the whole images and the sequence that you showed, sensitivity is good. One thing like maybe little lesser architecture. That was one again with the same mangrove idea. Little lesser would have been nicer, but at least nice. It's how it blends with the overall idea, and your little details of how the roofs are, the walls are, even the floors are perforated, and lives more for humidity and anything for growth. All these minor details were also looked into it, and yeah, overall look good. Nice attempt. Good start, definitely. I could see a lot of potential. Maybe little less architecture, little less intervention is what my
understand.
Thanks.
Thank you, Santosh. Armin?
Actually, in all projects, it's you showed the section. I think your projects was also the same, or is like such a sections that we know. You talk about such a emotion, such a love project. The last one was also emotionally. But when I saw the sections, it was like, I thought, what is wrong here? Actually, on the beginning you did this show, and in the end, of course, but your sections was different, and I missed this connection. This emotionally connection in the project, actually, to see the lines, Thank you. Oh, sorry, I always give it, because there is another one. And
it's too far away.
Yeah, okay, this is, we are sending it.
We can share one mic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So you're obviously quite sensitive towards a lot of things, so I appreciate that. Thank you. I have a presentation question, which is, have you ever considered using AI to animate your images rather than GIF in Photoshop?
You mean have I considered
using AI to animate your images? Because
so
image to video is very advanced now.
I might be considering using in the future, but for this project, because it is built with minimal intervention, I don't know how to prompt AI exactly to what. I'm afraid that when I'm doing prompt to AI, my architecture wouldn't be exactly with the form and facade that I wanted, so I don't use AI here.
Okay, I can tell you it is very advanced now. Image to video, you will retain your architecture exactly and move only the people and animals. And you can do a lot of things with it.
Okay, thanks for advice.
Okay, we have to talk.
Great tip, thank you. Thank you, Wong. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're 1 minute ahead of schedule. Wonderful. Please be back sharp 11:10. Then we will do the next round. Okay, judges, I will refill your coffee for you accordingly. Are you overdosed already? Are you overdosed? Oh yeah, please help yourself. Washroom is to the right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please be comfortable. Okay, judges, please have a seat. Have we refilled your coffee? Anyone else? Do you need a coffee? I'll get someone to get you. Oh, it's okay. Madeline, can I have one more coffee for Dr. Armin? Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're 1 minute behind time. Let's catch up. Next, okay, judges, you ready? Okay. Are you guys ready? Okay, shh, take a deep breath. Next, our 7th presenter, we have Kenta with his project Thermos Balloon. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Yeah, I will start. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kenta Kashiwazaki. Nice to meet you. I'm from Tokyo. I'm glad to meet you in Japan. Thank you for coming in Japan. So let me start my presentation. The title is Thermos Balloon. Yeah. Have you ever thought about the methane gas from landfills? I have conceived a new facility that aims for coexistence with methane gas from landfills, addressing the problem common to all countries. Therefore, the presentation will start my personal experience and inspirations, moving through the issue of landfill, next proposal, finally future visions. So explained from micro to micro perspective. So first, I will talk about my personal inspirations. When I participate in a workshop about the ecosystem of landfills, I felt a sense of fear towards the gigantic, so big gas holder located in coastal area. So I'm so scared. I imagine the sphere is rolling, crossing the town, and so this gas holder is leaking gas, so boom. How about you? So I thought if the sphere were floating in the sky, could a terrifying presence transform into a poetic landscape? So this is my personal feeling, but from now on, let's consider the landfill issue from broader perspective, which is the landfill situation in Japan. So the site in question in Umeshima, landfill in Osaka. This is Osaka. We are here in Tokyo. Japan's west side in Osaka. So it is currently being used to the venue for the Expo 2025 in Osaka. This is the perspective. Plans are underway to develop a casino after the Expo. However, in 2023, several explosions occurred due to the methane gas in the soil. This area is gas explosion point. So there is still a risk explosion in Umeshima today. So moreover, in coastal cities across Asia, so land reclamation being carried on for urban expansion. This is Dubai, this is Tokyo, this is China. Countries with landfills share common issue of the greenhouse effect and explosion risk due to methane gas. However, this problem lies not only in the landfills, in the very structure of cities. They gather resource and consume and eat and wear and they dispose and bury waste. So as a result, cities inherently have a structure that produce gas. So let me explain my proposal. Raising a question. First, what role should architecture play within the structure? So this is the starting point my interest. Second, I then thought, instead of denying the social structure, could we not embrace and elevate it through architecture? Yes. So that led to my proposal, the thermos balloon. The thermos balloon is an infrastructure and architecture that can be applied not only to Umeshima, but also other cities facing the same issue. So it consists of pyramid that collect gas. Next, the cube is created methane hydrate, and this sphere is that store methane. So triangle and rectangle and circle is so pure form. This is most important things. So this pure architectural form has the advantage of able to exist beyond time and place, and it can be standardized. This is a pyramid. This is a Japanese so old drawings. This is a cover. This is a pyramid, and this is a cube. So, in other words, this proposal is a poetic redesign of infrastructure and same time proposal, new architecture that can be mass produced. This is the other country's image. So now regarding the program. The facility is fully automated and there is no need to human entry. This is full remote control. First, we will place the pyramid. Pyramid covers the reinforced glass. So gas purification greenhouse using palm trees will be established to extract methane gas from the landfill. So this pipeline collects gas, O2, CO2, methane, and nitrogen, and this palm tree through the pipeline. So we will utilize the methane observed by plants and adjust the methane concentration 8% before it reaches explosion level. Explosion level is 12 to 15. This is image. The palm are those that were growing in Umeshima before construction. And they will observe and generate methane within the pyramid. Next, through the pipeline, this pipeline to connect it here. Let me explain. Pipeline using catalyst to remove oxygen and carbon monoxide, the gas will reach the cube tank. In tank, rainwater will be collected in the carbon dioxide will be removed using the water displacement method. So after drying the pipeline, so the gas will enter U-shape here. U-shaped line surrounding liquid nitrogen. Liquid nitrogen is so very cold, minus 197 degrees, liquefying the methane mist into the methane hydrate. In the underground tank of methane hydrate, concentrated methane gas will be injected into floating titanium. This pipeline connected to the thermos balloon. This is image. This is right side wooden structure is you can see Osaka Expo 2025. This is my proposal: pyramid, tank, pyramid, and cube and sphere. So let me talk about balloon and tower. The balloons will be installed inside the steel tower. So this steel tower is constructed in the Schulhof Tower. Do you know Schulhof Tower? No? The Schulhof Tower is sorry. Schulhof Tower designed to earthquake resistant with diameter about 10 meters. If necessary, the gas storage will be converted into electricity and transmitted. So the balloon itself has a double layer system, double layer structure inside and outside. So like a thermos. So I named thermos balloon. Yeah, this is image. A balloon filled with the methane gas is floating. And this is Schulhof Tower. So the outer layer is filled with helium, with the inner layer contain methane. So the outer membrane is made of titanium, and the inner membrane is made of aramid fiber. To prevent heat transfer, the membrane is the surface in mirror finished, and the helium layer serves as the insulation. Okay. Yeah. So I calculated the condition required for a titanium balloon to float. The membrane weight, gas weight. So finally, buoyancy considerations. So buoyancy bigger than total weight. Oh, this tiny balloon can float. Okay. So finally, this I will share my vision for the future. The thermos balloon I propose offer the system as that continues to exist in harmony with the environment while collecting gas from landfills. This facility is architectural proposal that transforms the negative issue our society faced into a hopeful vision. Yeah, I imagine a future hundred of years from now, where the thermos balloon, while collecting methane beside human life, continue to float like a flower offering tribute to the dying urban waterfront. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenta. If you can switch, you can take off your wireless mic. Only a translator, Noriko-san, will be assisting. Judges, anyone would like to comment or question Santosh?
Kenta, yeah. Firstly, you'd like to appreciate on the topic that you have taken. I think it's something original and something new that not anyone else, have thought of something of a new realm that you have tested. Really, it's a nice idea where all the waste is not buried in the city, whereas it's kind of celebrated and it's popped up as balloons across the city. It gives you a glimpse of how much energy the city is using in a way, and also makes you aware of the increasing balloons, of the increasing usage or not happening. As an idea, I find it very interesting. I'm just finding it tough to relate how it could work as an architectural evolution on this. I feel it as a strong engineering and a strong sustainable idea, but I'm finding it tough to connect it as an architectural intervention for this particular thing. But as an idea, it's very interesting. So he doesn't have to answer, but I feel it's more of a very interesting, sustainable engineering idea, but find less of a architectural intervention to it.
Yeah, thank you. I think I like the playfulness of the idea. It's a bit amusing, And I agree that, yes, one tries to find the architectural gestures in there. And also the balloon was supposed to be the pure form, but it's locked in some other shaped tower for some reason. But are we somehow getting to reducing the use or release of gases, or are we just displaying them from under the ground and now above the ground? What's the intent? Because if the gas is under the ground, it's still there. The gas is above the ground, it's still there. Is there a mission to reduce it somehow? And how does an architectural perspective work in that sense?
Yeah.
日本語でいいですか？下に埋まってたものではなくて常に出続けてるんですね。最初のここにパイプの写真があったんですけど、それは常に出続けてるそういうものだからそれをそのまま流してるだけで掘り起こしてるんじゃなくて結局出るもの。削減する方向ではなくて同時進行的に起こるんですね。そうそうですね。強制を言ってます。
Just let me put it in simply. Okay. What he's trying to explain here is that it's not about the reducing, if I said so. Not about the reducing, but he said, talk about the coexisting with something that you cannot deny of having it, as long as you're living here in the earth in this way. You know. So his proposal is not how to reduce or sustainable, but how to be sustainable with coexisting. That's his answer.
そうあと人口がねずっと増え続けていくからそれをその人間の循環っていうのも止めるっていうことはせずにそういう意味でも共生ってことを選んでいる。
He would like to also add that because we cannot stop population booming, that's why he came to the idea with the coexisting. Because if the population increasing, then you cannot stop our lives, our lifestyles, as it is right now.
All right, thank you.
Wen-Hui? Thank you, Kenta.
Thank you very
I think
much.
your proposal really stood out to me because often the most simple idea is the best one, and it feels obvious. You want to translate that back?
Obvious.
Very apparent.
Okay, which makes it a good idea.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so my question is, from all your images, it feels like this proposal is to be experienced always from a distance. It's part of the city skyline. So is it safe to go near it? What does it feel like to experience it close up?
So その夢島のその土地にはそこにはアクセスできないです。普通の人は。そうです。そこは見るだけで都市の縁にこのカラフルな色のオブジェクトが立っていることが記念碑的で、このメタンが浮き沈みするっていう行為がこの人間のゴミを出して消費してっていうのを可視化しているっていう意味でも記念碑として遠くから敷地には入れない。
His concept is not basically you will not go closer because it's like a monument, like a scenery in the town, symbol as a symbol. Okay. And then when the gas that float things going up and down, people will see it how it is like our lifestyle is.
Great. So basically it is city art. So how do we push it more as art is also my question. Then have you talked to an engineer? Does it really work?
今2つでこうアートとしてすごくもうちょっとなんかできるかってことと、エンジニアと話したことありますか？このアイデアについて。
いや、エンジニアとは話したことないですね。僕が考えました。で、アートは建築とアートは不可分です。これは僕の気持ち。はい。
Okay, kimochi means that he really believes that the architecture and the art, it cannot be separated.
Yes.
It's always together.
I agree.
Yeah, and then he said he's not asked with the consult with the engineer yet.
Okay, so I think I agree. Art and architecture should never be separate, and somehow in the process of learning architecture in school, it has been separated. Especially in commercial architecture, after you graduate, you'll find that you lose more and more of the art. So keep it as much as you can. And I think this project should also be like a city recorder because it's like play, stop, and record. Yeah. Triangle. Yeah. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Armin. Oh, okay, sure.
I really enjoy every single picture.
Thank you very much.
For 2 weeks ago, I saw this picture. It emotionally, it met me. You know, like Yona Friedman. It was a very, very unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
Each pictures. I do not understand all this calculating stuff, but I saw that you make your passion and. About all. After that presentation, today's presentation, I see that is a very strong philosophy is behind that, and I love it.
Thank you.
I really love it.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
If I try to.
Yeah. Anyone else? All right, that's all. Thank you, Kenta.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, judges.
Thank you for listening.
Our next presenter couldn't make it due to connection issues, so Muhammad will be showing his project, his video recording. And judges, if you have any questions about his presentation, you can text in the international judge group. We will relay to him offline. All right? Okay, so enjoy the Silk Bridge.
Hello, good morning. I'm Mohammad Javad Mowahid from Iran, and I'm here to tell you some stories. The first story is about the past. My story begins with a road, but when is a road not just a road? When it becomes a thread of connection between people, places, and lives. In the not so distant past, this was a common occurrence. Yes. I have a great example for the past. A road we came to know as the Silk Road. Next is about the border. A border is a single way to separate two spaces with different rules but the same people. And here I have various images of facing the border. We have experienced different ways of separation. But sometimes there are efforts to overcome borders. We have a new connection in here. I want to talk about a new wall. I want to talk about a part of this old road, a place full of stories. At the border between Iran and Afghanistan, not long ago, movement across border areas used to happen, of course, while respecting the conditions of these regions. So far, everything seems fine. So, what's the problem? Let's take a closer look. There are two problems here. First, a strange new wall in the area. This wall has separated many rural areas from each other. And what might be important there is Here is the strong connection between the surrounding village and the larger cities through this route. And second, a wrongly drawn border, so that both sides of the wall are partly part of Iran. Perhaps it's better to look at this wall as a major and ongoing problem. When I talk about the two countries, Iran and Afghanistan, I remember that we shared the same culture, language, family ties, and local economy. So could this be the beginning of a new connection? So I think these factors could be the reason the old connection is renewed. Let's think about how, despite the strictness of governments, we can return to the past and how we can bring together people who are the same despite borders. So what's the solution? Let's take another look at the smallest cross-border architecture when the border connection is still in place. The main question is this architecture sufficient or can it be expanded? I'm looking for a building or a structure or a space to recreate a connection. When I was thinking about the history of the two countries and talking to some people from the border area, I heard a poem from an old man by Najib Barwar, a poet from Afghanistan. He says, هر کجا مرز کشیدند شما پل بزنید. And it means wherever a border is drawn, you should build a bridge. It was like the Big Bang for me. And the story is only just beginning. And now the bridge. Let's take a look at some examples of a connective bridge. I have seen examples of bridges that, in addition to connecting 2 points, it can also be spaces for walking, talking, shopping, and more. It could connect two streets, two sides of a river, or two different passes. And now I'm talking about two countries. I want to talk about the conditions of this area. Let's take a look at the location first before anything else. I can also examine the issues of this location, such as water, a social connection, agriculture, and migration of a specific bird species. To design a good bridge is worth taking a look at the shared architectural of two countries, and we will see how similar they are. This might help in the design process. The project features introverted, symbolic, and adaptive design ranging from courtyard-centered forms to train-integrated climate-responsible layouts and hierarchically organized spaces. A suspension bridge between borders can be expanded with intermediate open spaces, providing access for users of various sizes. Central openings allows for social spaces within the bridge, and it's expected the future border residents will live residence it. Therefore, it's possible to reach a focused concept that also includes various functions. Regarding the construction method, palm trees and products native to region should be mentioned, which can be done by the border people. So let's begin the design process with the bridge, a bridge that is meant to provide a space for people to gather and interact. The network structure at various heights enables significant diversity. We can arrange some of these modules next to each other to create surfaces at different heights. I arrived at a modular and organic volume. The functions I have envisioned for it include spaces that can be shared and jointly used by both countries. These include cultural areas, marketplaces, recreational spaces, educational facilities, event zone, and border houses. What was very important for me was the organic structures of this access. The access system, which is limited and is country-specific on the ground floor, becomes shared and communal on the upper level. And I have prepared some pictures here. Class stratification across different layers leads to the integration of similar functions at various levels. Accessing adjacent spaces through connection bridges can be exciting. And let's see some photos. Creating and shifting a large part of the project onto it helps with ventilation, cooling, increasing air humidity. The sunlight is controlled by the building and the canopy network, and there is shade at different times of the day. One of the traditional Iranian methods used here is the water reservoir and pond. I'm trying to combine them with the shade created to provide suitable and ventilated water. And let's see a video. So, what role can a bridge between two countries play? The border bridge fosters economic growth, strengthens family ties, and builds empathy through daily interactions. It also enhances cultural exchange by bringing communities and traditions closer together. The bridge can foster regional identity and act as a space for social interaction through public areas and shared experiences. By encouraging dialogue and reducing misunderstanding, it strengthens both human conditions and international cooperation. Let's back to the future. In the end of the story, I believe that by expanding various border bridges, we can reach a new connection in Asia. Therefore, I choose the name Silk Bridge, which evokes memories and sweet experiences of the past. Thank you.
Thank you. So judges, any comments, compliments, questions, you can type
Hello,
it in.
Good morning. I'm Mohammed Javad Mowahid from.
Is it on loop? Okay, never mind. I was like, anyway, come back. Sorry. Comments, compliments, questions, you can text it in the WhatsApp group, and then we'll relay over to him. And when the internet is available, he will respond accordingly. Next, we have our ninth presenter of today. We have Ernestine with her project At the Terrace's Edge. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Hello, my name is Ernestine, and today I'd like to present my project entitled At the Terrace's Edge, Bridging Generations. But first, I'd like to ask you all a question. When was the last time you traveled? And I know for most of us, it was just a few weeks ago, a few days ago. Or let me ask you, do you remember every memory that you had during traveling? Do you remember every attraction, every details, all the food that you've eaten, details of every memory? Well, let me ask you a completely different question now, and don't get caught off guard. When was the last time you saw your grandparents? Was it a few hours ago, maybe weeks ago, or just a few months ago? But maybe for some of us, they might not be with us anymore. Did you have a relationship with them, is what I want to ask. Do you remember their favorite hobbies, their favorite food, and the stories they used to share with you? In Hong Kong's fast-paced society, we often get caught up in deadlines and social events. We often neglect our home lives and the relationships we have with our loved ones. And unfortunately, there are very real statistics for this. In Hong Kong, it is found that a proportion of people aged 65 and above experiencing social isolation hit 53% in 2023 to 2024. Since COVID-19, elderly isolation has actually worsened due to the disruption in elderly services, such as community workshops and centers. This called for swift actions to address the impacts of social distancing and worsening elderly mental health. The reality is that most elderly in Hong Kong are experiencing forms of social disconnect from the larger community scene, worsening mental health and difficulty relating to the younger generations. So what if I told you a space existed where we can engage with younger generations? The elderly can engage with younger generations of various cultural backgrounds, and overseas backpackers can gain experiences and memories straight from the local scene. This would be a place where elderly villagers can engage with younger generations, share hobbies with company, and share the experience of their culture wordlessly. This would be a place where backpackers can interact with locals in an encouraging environment, engage in local activities, games, and dances firsthand, taught by the elderly, and experience local culture just within the site. This would be a place where elderly villagers and overseas backpackers have an exchange of cultures, enhancing social connections, and the two groups can converge and interact. Introducing At the Terrace's Edge, to bridge generations together in the form of a modular hostel tower. So let's dive into the site of Tuen Mun San Hoi and why it's an ideal location for a hostel, seemingly as a unique interaction hub. Tuen Mun San Hoi means a new market, and in the 70s it was established as a market district. And in the 90s, it became a bustling market area with local eateries and shops. Currently, due to continued urban development, it became a major food market and now a commercial quarter. The site itself is a convergence point between the modern developments of Hong Kong and the traditional village. The nearest village being the Lung Tin Chon village, the intended demographic of elderly. It is one of 36 villages within Tuen Mun's local rural committee. It reflects Hakka community roots, migration from the northern China to southern China, and the local roots and customs of their lifestyles, such as the importance of close-knit communities, valuing family ties, and communal activities. Multi-generational living is very common within these villages due to tradition, rising housing costs, and support systems. But what would happen if these support systems were to be away? Where young children would go to school and work, where do the elderly go? With time to themselves, they often want to seek connections, feel boredom, maybe even concern for their mental health, and in worst cases, they may feel fear of abandonment. As a small community, the village itself upholds traditional recreational activities, such as Tai Chi or checkers. The community itself thrives on community engagement, with small retail shops, handicrafts, and selling produce. As a community, integrating both recreational activities and community engagement enables villagers to reach new environments, share cultures, strengthen that community bond, and ultimately alleviate that social disconnect. The main footbridge acts as the main connection between the village, the proposed site, and the modern division of Sanhoi. It is accessible to a mass transit railway connecting urban cities with the suburbs. And the light rail transit serves shorter urban routes. The connection of these enables the connection of the variety of these different transportation methods offers access to young locals, families, overseas backpackers, and local elderly villagers alike. Surrounding the site itself, there are various shopping malls, the notable Sanhoi Market, outdoor public areas. The activities taking place are often strolling, shopping, trying local food, Tai Chi, and group meetings. The Tunmun Rural Committee was founded by Chun Yat-sen for the betterment of the village affairs and development. And with that in mind, what does this particular project actually bring to the site? First, let's dive into the architectural concept, which is to bridge generations, a spatial metaphor of a complex relationship between two generations, a young child and their aging grandparent. The massing is articulated into two primary volumes, representing the two generations themselves. The volumes are both distinct in scale, form, and treatment. The larger grounded volume depicts the grandparent, which is rooted, enduring, and weathered by time. Its composition is of solid textured timber, which evokes feelings of permanence, wisdom, and nostalgia of an elderly grandparent. The lighter horizontal, outreaching volume depicts a young child, which is dynamic and ambitious, often reflecting their contemporary life and future aspirations. Its bare materiality depicts a blank slate or a fresh canvas, which is ready to be shaped with the experiences, education, and social interactions a child might have and will have in the future. The two masses intersect and overlap with one another, including the brief yet meaningful periods of reconnection that we may have with them in our lives. This creates the shared spaces, courtyards, terraces, or communal rooms that emphasize unity, empathy, and continuity. The project consists of modular integrated construction, of which few projects are actually seen in Hong Kong, and it becomes a rising trend nowadays, including the Wan Chuk Hang student residence and the Casa Eminence, which is a private residence, reflective of Hong Kong's steel and concrete urban fabric. There are 4 different modules accommodating both single and twin guest rooms. Each module is stepped upward and set back, allowing for shared terraces viewing the abutting park and set in a diagonal manner. Due to the diagonal arrangement of these modules, diagonal members are integrated instead of typical vertical members. An opportunity emerged to transform the void below these modules into an atrium, featuring an A-frame steel structure to support these diagonally stepped modules. Views of this atrium can be seen between guest room floors as well as a ground floor covered plaza for the visual connection between the whole building. There are 2 types of guest room modules, one with a single bed and 2 beds for overseas backpackers, featuring a private balcony, their workbench, and the balcony also consists of quick-drying synthetic grass for rainy days, as well as lounge chairs. The circulatory framework consists of 3 aspects, which is to attract, connect, and exchange. To attract includes a large entry point along the main pedestrian flow areas to engage interest immediately with community events from the plaza. Connecting is to interact and share cultures in a welcoming environment with social activities as they ascend the tower. And lastly, to engage is to stimulate meaningful interactions between the elderly and the young generation, mitigating that social disconnect. And young backpackers can actually experience Hong Kong culture firsthand from its roots. This diagram explains 4 floors out of the 12 at the hostel tower: the ground floor, the 8th floor, the 11th floor, and the rooftop, of which 2 typical floor layouts alternate between guest room floors. Spatial categories include hands-on activities, multimedia for learning and educational material, the outdoor lounge, community merchandise, and guest units, varying on each floor. The community market itself, on the ground floor, enables elderly villagers a platform to sell cherished local foods and handmade crafts, such as calligraphy, paintings, jewelry, and garments. This vibrant showcase of traditional Hong Kong culture and delicacies and artistry draws the interest of travelers immediately. On guest unit floors, there includes a skill zone, which serves as the main interaction space, where travelers can observe and learn traditional games and hobbies. And the spatial layout encourages social interaction with radio-centric design. Furthermore, on the 2nd floor layout, there is a mini library including educational reading materials, as well as a common area and kitchen, serving as an indoor resting space. The rooftop garden, lastly, fosters community collaboration and individuals contributing their efforts to plant seeds of growth within the community. The building's color palettes are made of hues of reds, yellows, and green tones, stimulating that interactivity used on furniture and carpeting. For the elderly, these colors are less saturated to avoid overwhelming their vision. Also, warm wood tones are used for furniture and walls to invite that welcoming atmosphere, evoking nostalgia and new opportunities. The design incorporates environmental strategies, addressing common issues in Hong Kong, such as excessive air conditioning. So wind simulations help to identify the southern direction as optimal for airflow in the site, and the wind flow through these guest room modules facilitate bifolding doors on the south, louvers on the north, and to facilitate effective cross-ventilation. Other environmental strategies include a ventilated healthy staircase, featuring vertical fins and a loose green wall to enhance air quality. It also encourages vertical movement between floors for backpackers and elderly villagers alike, as well as southern-facing modules invite soft natural daylight, especially in the winter. As we wrap up, we can conclude the changes seen from this implementation of this project. Currently, a culmination of Hong Kong culture and activities can be contributed by the older generations. But now, we can see prospering social connections between locals and travelers within shared games and hobbies. Currently, curious travelers enjoy Hong Kong culture in the converging point of community generations. Now, with the hostel, backpackers can leave with memories engaging firsthand with locals and participating in local cultural activities. Within the social structures isolating the elderly, coexistence can be shared between 2 generations, making brief reconnections that much more valuable and meaningful. Imagine the smiles we can bring and the stories we can share. Bridging generations is an opportunity to cherish our elderly villagers, honor their wisdom, and build a community where every generation feels loved and valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernestine. Can you take off your mic? Yeah. Judges, we have 6 minutes and 20 seconds for comments and questions. All right. Stephen, please.
So basically, you show the dynamic units for the youth. What about the elderly units? You didn't show how you designed the space for the elderly people?
Yeah, because the modules themselves are actually for the backpackers and travelers. Yeah.
So my concern is that, I mean, if you try to connect older and younger people together, right? So I like to see more of that. You know, adult people needs, for me, they need more outdoor space.
Yes.
There should be some kind of, I think you have this big atrium space, right?
Yes.
So why not connecting them together?
Oh, yes.
Creating those outer spaces.
Yes, I didn't mention that, but there's a view that I included in the PowerPoint.
Not every floor. You have some floor you have the connection, but not every floor.
Between the
old and new.
The old and new. Every floor would have that connection.
You would have that?
Yes. They alternate between each floor.
My other comment is, yes, this is a good idea, but then I would like to see that connection being more creative, because you try to have the bridge between the old and new. So both, also the architecture form you use also, is you try to make it different, but do we really need to make it different? And in a way, a bit rigid, the way that you present it. It's like maybe just the good advice to, architect, becoming an architect. Just try to talk, from your heart instead of reading the cards. So it would be, like your architecture. It can be a little bit softer. It's a little more human, Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for your comments. The rest of the judges, Wenhui?
Thank you, Ernestine. Well, I think this is a very serious topic, and I think you're brave to tackle this issue of connecting the older generation to the new generation. So my question is, does the architecture drive the program, or does the program drive the architecture? And I think we need to think more about the program. What is incentive for a young person from a foreign country? Why would a young person want to interact with the local old people? And the other way around as well, why would the older person want to interact with a foreigner rather than the local community? So that question I find is not quite answered as to how your brief came together. Do you have an answer for that?
Yeah. So as a traveler myself, I would find myself more drawn to, for example, going to a hostel and having that as an accommodation only, as opposed to having the hostel as an accommodation as also for a point of exchanging cultures. So I think that this project would actually add to that experience for you as a traveler, so as to actually have these elderly, not communicate verbally with you, but actually showcase their talents and their culture that they've learned from their roots, to have it just so close within that site and to have it just within arm's reach.
Okay, I understand. But usually when I travel, I will tend to interact with people my own age. So what makes me want to interact with the elderly, maybe, or with a language barrier? So my point is the activity matters a lot.
Yeah.
For instance, does the elderly run the building, the hostel where the young people live in, so they have no choice but to interact, for instance? Or are they selling food? So then there is a point, or are they giving classes? And then the question is, if there is already culture in the village, why isn't the intervention in the village? Why isn't the hostel integrated with the existing fabric of the village, which will make it more interesting for a traveler, for example?
Yeah, I see.
So think about the program more and the questions before the architecture. That's my advice.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you, Wenhui. Santosh? Yeah.
Ernestine, it's a social, noble, and very interesting proposition to connect seniors and backpackers. To touch a little bit on Wenhui's question was same. We have some successful typologies where elder senior living are now trying to teach kindergarten schools. In certain typologies, we have seen that work, because as you age, you want the kid into you to, that's how your grandparents are so, like the image that you had. So there is a lot of connect between a kid and a grandparent, and there is time available for both of them. Whereas in the backpackers, sometimes everyone is in a rush and things like that. So, and I just felt that the architecture was a little too rigid in terms of segregating them completely. I thought it would be nice, there's some kind of smooth transition. I understand the difference, but somewhere if it is all interconnected in every level, every floor, it doesn't have to be completely this or the other, which gives you a potential for even more collaboration. Here it just like, it looks like they can go and shut their door inside and they don't have to come out. But whereas if, in a way, it's kind of forcing everyone to come in, all that was, it could be more interlaced or interwoven, both the programs is one thought. The next one was two thermal comforts in terms of architecture. The thermal comfort or the well-being inside is completely different for a senior person compared to a backpacker. So how would we address that kind of, both of them are comfortable in their zones. And wood, you mentioned wood and concrete, I think. Is wood a good material in Hong Kong for the humid nature, considering the long-term ideas? Are there better materials to explore this variation that you want to age well as you go? So these are some of my thoughts on the. Yeah.
Thank you, Santosh. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Ernestine. Right. Ready for the next one. Next, we have Hui presenting his project Glorious Ashes. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good day to the respected churches, teachers, and fellow participants. My name is Nguyen Gia Huy. I come from Vietnam. Today, I'm very excited to share with you about my project called Glorious Ashes, the Retirement Gardens, a community space for the seniors in the form of a garden. So before a reason for choosing the topic, I would like to show a short video.
You'll grow old too one day.
So I decided to work on this project because of the growing issues of aging population. We often build playground for kids, but what about a space for the elderly? The retirement garden is a space where the elderly can come together, enjoy activities, and feel at home. The retirement gardens blends the warmth of a traditional family and a nursing home. It aims to help the elderly live joyfully, live healthily, and live purposefully. The retirement gardens is a combination of the local contextual structure and the garden structure. I based the design on 4 main keys: retire, reserve, rearrangement, and repurpose. These 4 main keys that serve 12 activity zones, grouped into 3 main themes: joyful living, healthy living, and purposeful living. About the mango charcoal making village, the site, this is the portrait of the people who's been working with mango charcoal cans for their entire life. Right now, they're working hard to earn extra money. While younger people leave for big city for a better job, leaving these elderly and kids behind. With aging on the horizon, these elderly face with an uncertain future. I believe they will keep working hard and seeing that it's just a way to get by, even though it holds deep cultural value. The biggest reason for me for choosing the site is the relocation's impacts on the cooperative, the site. With the land sit along river with kilns under big roof, the local people often use boats to travel and to collect mangrove wood on the mangrove forest. So the first thing they see is the roof line. So it gave me a chance to design some colorful touches on the roof line. So this is the overlook of the retirement gardens with colorful designs on the roof and the riverside view. About the design inspirations, I use curve and spiral shapes that local people know well from the charcoal cans to make them feel familiar and welcoming them. About the concept, with the existing sites, I split into 2 parts. The old garden to keep the traditional value alive and the new area for fresh idea. So I laid out functional blocks and blends it into the landscape to make the connection with the surrounding environment. The parkway link everything together. With walkways, activity zone, and a main smile added in, I also cut openings on the roof for natural light. I used colorful transparent panels on the roof to create a vibrant look inside and out. So these values that make the retirement gardens, the colorful project, a colorful space for the elderly. So with the overall site plan, I designed 2 entrances. This main entrance for the local people and the visitors, and this main entrance I call the experimental zone entrance. So the visitor can come to the entrance and go straight to the workshop area here. This is the current layout of the charcoal kilns. With a sealed and thick structure for charcoal production, resulting in disconnected space. So I wonder, is there a way to reconnect these spaces together? So I used the rearrangement solution. By carefully remove some bricks on the old kilns and reuse these bricks to make the new functional zones. And these empty kilns are freely designed by the local and visitors in the most natural way. So it has a flexible function. In the large site, I don't build the entire building on it, but leave a most natural green space with a main smile that connects these green space, activity zone, and the garden together. The retirement garden is split into 3 main gardens. The garden of joyful living with the memory zone, the garden of healthy living with fitness and culinary zone, and the garden of meaningful, purposeful living. This diagram shows the blending of the landscape into the retirement garden. I also designed a connecting axis between these gardens. It also works as an emergency route access. With this axis and the open space, the elderly and the children can move easily to green and continuous space. So this is the old gardens, the traditional value here. So do the elderly really retire? This project isn't for the elderly to fully retire as a traditional meaning, But instead, it turned the old charcoal kilns, once their working place, into a new and meaningful space. Here, they can choose to keep making charcoal or not, but with a new meaning, a new purpose about their job, taking pride in it as it's a nation's cultural heritage. So, why is there such a unique roof design? The roof design allows the sunlight to come through, creating the shade, and letting the visitor have a feeling of working under the shade, just like the local people here have for years. Moreover, the charcoal making workshop that can make these souvenirs, like this piece of charcoal in my hand, and it's the church's table. It's the souvenir made from the charcoal. So the visitors can come here and making this souvenir and create their name in it as a gift from the retirement garden. So the cross-section shows the green buffers alternate earth gardens with activity zone. So this is the overlook of the retirement gardens with colorful roofscape from the memory zone. We can see that the color shifting from cooler tone to warm and bright one. This is the renovative area with classroom, libraries, and in the end, the axis is the charcoal making workshop. It has three still burning charcoal kilns. So, how has the income of the local charcoal workers improved? Yes, the retirement gardens improves their income by raising the charcoal values with tourism, workshops, and culture care. Letting them work in a clean, visitor-friendly space and bringing pride in their craft, their culture, and share their value with the world. So how has their life changed after the retirement garden established here? Their life will gain more pride and purpose. Even as they age, some keep making charcoal. The retirement garden helps them see that charcoal making is the nation's cultural heritage. It's not a simple job. In the evening, the retirement garden can host many events and festivals because of the Vietnamese and the local people here very love festival and enjoy festive atmosphere. This cross-section shows the detail on the roof structure. I also put transparent on the roof for rain protection, while it's still creating the shade. And it also has gap between for ventilation, which is also suitable for the tropical climate. For the color inspiration, I used the gradient move from cooler tones to a warm and bright one. It reflects the activity move from static to dynamic and move from the traditional value to the renovative area. This is the overall look of the retirement gardens with colorful roof. So through this project, I want to see that we all grow old, you, me, and everyone. And one day, maybe we will search for the retirement gardens like this. This project is a young tribute to the elderly with a quiet hope that the future generations will take care more for them and for their own aging selves. So before I end my presentations, I'd like to show a short list. Thank you for listening. I'm Nguyễn Gia Huy from Victorious Ashes from Vietnam.
Thank you, Hui. Wait, can you switch your mic? Yeah, the mic. Our colleague Mai will be assisting in the translation. You take off your wireless mic first. Mai, yeah, judges. Hey, where's your mic? Oh, there. Stephen, yes. You guys can stand in the
Your presentation is beautiful. You can be a good movie maker. As an architect, I'm not sure because, you just have those roof on top of those curves line that you created. I mean, your roof level has nothing to do with what you created, these curves. I mean, why not? I mean, your interest would be more interesting without all those roofs. I mean, you created these curves and those like a dome that bake the charcoal. Why can't you reflect to those programs and become architecture instead of just, whatever they put the roof on top?
Thank you for your questions. Before the retirement garden, it is a site with the charcoal kilns, but especially the charcoal kilns making village here is a lot different because the kilns under the big roofs, under the roof. It's not like it's just not like a brick kilns as we see. The kilns in this land is under the roof. So when I want to reuse to the retirement gardens, I want to keep the roof because in the tropical climates it kind of very hot, and the people use this space under the roof to like store the charcoal, and they can stand in the outside without the roof here. And people here is used to work, used to...
I understand. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is this is like architecture competition, right? Can you be more like innovative, create something different, then put it back where it is already there? I mean, what I'm trying to say is that you can always create something different, right? Innovate, do something different. This is your chance to do it now as a student.
Santosh, thank you.
Yeah, Huey. I think the initial graphics were very nice, where the lines were done. Was it done by you or was it outsourced? Or because it's a very good tool as an architect to sell your idea. The initial lines, was it done by you or?
Yes, it's completely done by me.
Yeah, no, it was very good. I think it's very compelling the way it started, and I think it's a very good tool for you to sell your ideas.
Thank you.
At least to bring everyone's attention. I think that part was nice. The other, in a retirement community, like someone who spent all his life there, would he be ready to go back there again and spend his life there, or just go and get some fresh air somewhere outside? Why would he want to be there as a person who has suffered or has done so much in his life? So as a retirement community, shouldn't be a leash of fresh air that he wants to be somewhere else? What would be his intention, or to be there is one question I wanted. And the next one is similar to Stephen. Is it looks very nice on the two-dimensional part, the plans, the way it moves and all, and very interesting how the water and the edge conditions, boundary. But suddenly in the architectural part, when it comes to three-dimensional, that whole essence seems to be lost. It just looks like a roof that's been done. Maybe that roof could have been little more articulative of what is the whole need, the spaces there are there. And how good is it for a tropical climate with all these perforations? If there's a storm, if there is a rain, and if people are going to be in a retirement community, how safe it is for them to keep walking along these perforated roofs? And would it be a good temperature below that? It's open on either side, so it could be. There are other ways to bring in diffused light, not a direct light that comes in. It becomes very hot because with light comes heat, and then you can't. That space is not conducive for everyone. So maybe a different take on the roof would have been nicer, because all these colored roofs, I think only the birds can watch. If it's in an urban setting, inside, I was just telling, it reminded me of a market in Barcelona where Mr. Enric Miralles had done. So it celebrates the mosaic, the Gaudi, and every building kind of sees that. So it makes a lot of sense to do the roof here. Something else more relating to the the lower program would have been interesting. Yeah. So these are.
All right. Thank you, Santosh. The last 20 seconds.
Do you want to?
No, it's fine because 20 seconds is.
I'll give you a minute.
I mean,
please
just continuing what the judges said, it would be nice to have the colors extend from the roof to the ground floor, because elderly people are sensitive to colors as a form of wayfinding. And then I think Stephen was talking about a disconnect between the design language. Am I right? Were you trying to say that? Disconnect between. Yes. Yeah. And personally, I'm interested in charcoal. I want to know more about charcoal. I think that's the unique thing about this project, but I not yet feel it in the project. Like process of charcoal making, are people still using it, or what are they using it for? I'd like to experience it in your project. There'll be something to explore. Yeah.
Can I say? About the roof structure. The roof structure, I use the transparent color panels, color bars on the roof, to when the light then come directly from the sun can light into the color transparent bar and create the rainbow effect on the shadow. And it's also the roof with the alternate bars. It can create the shade, because the local people here used to work under the shade, and I don't want to put the working under the shade away, but to bring that, and to the visitors can come here and have a feeling like the same local here is the working under the shade.
Okay, wait, I have to stop you here. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, judges.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Right. Judges, our colleague Noriko will guide you to lunch. The rest of us, lunch is available outside. You can choose to eat at the cafeteria or in the hall. Just stay away from the sun. The sun is crazy. So I would like to have everyone back at the hall at 1:45 p.m. So we have 15 minutes more than them. So congratulations. Thank you, everyone. You can leave your scores here, because we'll sorry? No? Is there one more? Oh, sorry. Please sit down. Apologies, one more. Oh, no. Sorry. I apologize. No. Oh, Chayanon. Oh, sorry. Reset. Come back. You did not hear that. YouTube live on. Sorry. We have one more presentation. I'm so sorry. We have one more presentation. Please sit. I'm sorry. Please be seated. Thank you. We would like to invite Chayanon and his project, Grow from the Earth, Return to the Earth. I was just checking if you guys were paying attention. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. The structure before you is the Thap Oi, a traditional building commonly found in Ban Nong Khae, Kalasin province. This community is located in the Isan region of Thailand, a major sugarcane growing area. But have you ever wondered how this Thap Oi, used by locals for shelter and for drying and harvested cane, could become a key to reducing the burning of sugarcane, the primary source of PM 2.5 pollution in the region today? PM 2.5 particles are not just invisible, that they are a silent killer claiming over 3,000 Thai lives yearly, especially among farmers and residents living in highly polluted areas.
ฝุ่น PM 2.5 เกินค่ามาตรฐานทั่วประเทศ
I have looked into the root causes of this burning to find out what really died. I went into the field and spoke with several sugarcane farmers. One of the most heartbreaking things they told me was, this day we are seen as murderers. Yes, murderers. Simply because they burn their sugarcane field. In reality, Burning is illegal, they know it, and nobody want to do it. And no system in place or support. But the problem is they have no other choice. There is a massive amount of sugarcane reduced leaf and bagasse, and no system in place or support for adopting alternative harvesting method. This is not due to ignorance or irresponsibility. It is because the system has failed to provide them with any sustainable alternative. Let's take a look at the global picture of sugarcane cultivation. In general, sugarcane is a cash crop, go vary around the world. It thrives in humid tropical zone. Because soil conditions for sugarcane to thrive breeding towards space cultivation across many countries worldwide. When harvest time comes, this chart shows how bad the dust pollution is in each area. You can see that place with the highest PM 2.5 level overlap with the biggest sugarcane farm. This shows that sugarcane may be a major cause of dust pollution, especially because many areas still burn their fuels harvesting. And 18% of the primary raw materials used in sugarcane production is sugarcane. As a result, this can lead to an expansion of sugarcane cultivation area in many countries worldwide in the future to meet the massive growing demand. Without a proper system to manage agricultural waste, this problem will only get worse, harming the environment, people, health, and the entire planet. The question is, how many more lives must be lost to this dust and smoke hazards? I recognize the urgency of this problem and am committed to finding a sustainable solution through a design process aligned with the community way of life. To solve this problem, we launched a project called Go From the Earth, Return to the Earth. This project aims to share our local heritage with the world through architecture that acts as a common gathering space, seamlessly blending traditional wisdom with modern innovation. The main idea of the project is to creatively reuse leftover material from farming and local production. In a zero waste system, we blend local wisdom and traditional way of life with modern technology to cut down on burning, add value to what leftover, and protect the environment or advance. Offering another way to guide community and the planet toward a shared sustainable future. I traveled to Kalasin province, Nong Khae village, one of Thailand's largest sugarcane farming community that also process cane into lump sugar. What you see on the screen is the tap oil. A small-scale lump sugar workshop built by villagers used local knowledge and materials. This simple structure includes area, storing fresh cane, extracting juice, boiling and stirring the syrup, drying the sugar lump, and selling the finished product. During the harvest season, the tap oil also serves as the community hub, a place where people come together to process sugar, exchange knowledge, and socialize. The tap oil sites are scattered throughout villages. Our project will redesign the existing tap oil to manage leftover material from both farming and processing. By adding new functions that fit the original structure, breaking the burning cycle and turning waste into economic and environmental benefit. We will introduce green space to link activity area and provide shade, and make use of vertical space. A study conducted by the University of East London found bagasse, a byproduct of sugarcane, can be used to produce building blocks. These bricks are almost as strong as concrete, can resist fire up to 150 degrees Celsius, and produce 20 times less carbon. They are also lightweight. The production process begins by guiding sugarcane bagasse or leaf into a fine powder, then mixing it with a binding agent. The mixture is placed into mold and left to set one full die. The beads are stacked together. This material is called sugarcane. Building on the earlier research, we apply it in our project. The project interior columns are made from complete sugarcane bagasse. Each column comes in a playset with a gap between them to slide in bamboo module that can be assembled or disassembled as need by season or activity. This module can serve as sitting, shelving, or even a second floor platform. This pair column form the primary structure throughout the building. The walls are designed with vent tailored to each area used, keeping the space comfortable for its activity. The beak has slots where bamboo poles can be inserted. This pole serves as a framework for hanging within the space. The compressed bagasse material was shaped into interlocking beads, like jigsaw pixels that form the building blocks of furniture. At the same time, sugarcane leaves were placed into wood-like panels used for furniture, beds, and tabletops. In this project, sugarcane leaves are used as a lightweight material, vented forward in the living area or woven into roof. Meanwhile, the second floor structure is built from locally sourced bamboo sustainably support the upper level. In the planting season, farmers use this build to lace and store their tools. Once the cane starts growing and need nutrients, the same space becomes a completing area, mixing sugarcane scrap and plant leftover into fertilizer that fit the young cane. When it's harvest time, we turn the site into a top oil, processing an area for milling the cane. All leftover waste from the field and the workshop is reused in different parts of the project using eco-friendly method. We place small smokeless burning at the start and end of the field to turn this waste into fertilizer. Then we use that fertilizer next season, creating a cycle of benefit for both the community and the environment. Inside the column, hidden gutter and drainage pipe collect and store water for reuse throughout the project. They also treat and reserve water for use during the dry season. The project color palette mirror nature ownership, drawing inspiration from the hue of each sugarcane growth state. The chosen tone feel utterly natural and blend seamlessly with their surrounding. Entering the project first zone, we are in the top oil area. On your right is the fresh cane storage. To your left is the sugar storing and mooring area, featuring a clear roof section that harnesses natural sunlight to dye and set sugar lump. When you walk further in, you will see the sugar leaf area here. Roof are woven into truth and roof panel, then hung on wall and ceiling. The community we use ourselves this item. Next on your left is the backyard brick and leaf board workshop. The back wall has vent for airflow and a skylight in the center blink in daylight. Next up is the waste management zone. Here leftover material from all production steps are handled. The area is set up for smokeless burning under low oxygen conditions to make biochar fertilizer, a natural compost you can use in home garden. In the green zone, you will find a small playground, a hanging canopy both filter sunlight and cut heat, making the space cool and inviting. On the left is the insectary for natural pest control. And now we have reached the project final zone. This exhibition area showcases the entire process from recycling leftover material and closing the resource loop to adding value back into the community and supporting sustainable local economic growth. This project puts the site and its community first, fostering sustainable livelihood and way of life, while protecting the environment to architecture made from local material and a site layout aligned with the entire sugar cane production cycle. By fully reusing architectural residue, it reduces waste disposal that harm air quality and the ecosystem and offer a truly sustainable alternative hour. From a small community that still follow traditional way, the process of turning sugarcane into lump sugar cane, placed in the little hut they call tap oil. But on the other hand, they are seen as destroyers. Even though they are just trying to make a living, it's not out of irresponsibility, but because they have no other choice if they could choose. I believe no one would want to harm the world they call home. They are simply trying to survive in a world that never gave them a better option. Isn't it time for us to stand up and do something? Go from the earth, return to the earth. It's a project created to spread the message and awaken awareness that everything we use or build has its beginning and is end in nature. I hope this small project of mine, if it ever comes to life, will be more than just a solution for one community. Instead, it could act as a tiny pixel piece, sending ripple from a single tap oil out to other sugarcane fields. Regionally, nationally, and perhaps even globally. This project might become another humble voice for the villager, expressing their shared desire to find sustainable solutions together. And to it may seem like just a small spark, if it can ignite hope and remind us that we can still live in harmony with our planet, I believe it will have been more than worth it. I'm known from Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to return your mic? Yeah. Judges, the mic is there. Anyone would like to? Okay. Raza, I'll have our translator on standby. Can you guys stand in the middle? Yeah.
Thank you. This was a very nice presentation, and it looks really nice. You're very good with making these videos, and another filmmaker in the making. And I know you're using sugarcrete, and it's very reassuring that we can make something out of sugarcane, although so far only one room has been made in India with sugarcrete, and it is still under testing. And I've made some blocks unsuccessfully, and we still don't have test results. So technical stuff aside, I wish there was more to hear from you about the planning and how, as an architect or as a designer, you have put functions together, and because of the functions and because of being in such sort of landscape, which is all plains, the kind of architecture that comes about, what is the inspiration behind that, and why is it of a certain kind and form? Yeah.
ค่ะก็คือกรรมการคิดว่าแบบว่าใช้อ้อยตัวชูการ์กรีดใช่ไหมคะที่อินเดียเขาก็บอกว่ามันก็มีโปรเจกต์ที่ใช้ชูการ์กรีดสร้างรูมขึ้นมาแต่ว่าคือเขาอยากให้น้องช่วยอธิบายเพิ่มเกี่ยวกับ architectural background แล้วก็ inspiration ที่แบบทำให้เราแต่ว่าที่ทำให้เราคิดถึงโปรเจกต์นี้ค่ะ
ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับคือในวันที่ผมตื่นจากที่นอนที่มหาวิทยาลัยแล้วมองออกไปนอกห้องเห็นเป็นเมฆหมอกสีขาวแต่ว่าตอนนั้นผมตื่นอาจจะสายนิดนึงอาจจะประมาณ10 โมงแต่ผมคิดว่าสิ่งนั้นมันคือหมอกแต่พออ่านข่าวดูแล้วว่าเปิดข่าวดูจากทีวีหรือว่าโทรศัพท์มันกลับเป็นว่านั่นไม่ใช่หมอกแต่สิ่งนั้นมันคือฝุ่น PM 2.5 ที่ไม่ใช่แค่คนไทยที่ได้รับผลกระทบซึ่งก็มีคนเสียชีวิตจากเหตุการณ์นี้หลายชีวิตซึ่งมันทำให้ผมไปหาต้นตอพยายามที่จะหาต้นตอของฝุ่นจริงๆว่ามันเกิดจากอะไรก็ไปเจอว่าไอตัวฝุ่น PM 2.5 มันเกิดจากการที่เราเผาทางการเกษตรซึ่งมันก็ไปลิงก์กับไอตัวอ้อยซึ่งอ้อยเนี่ยมันมีการปลูกกันอย่างแพร่หลายทั่วโลกและมันเป็นโอเคขอโทษครับ
Okay, so let me start from my inspiration. So the inspiration is the deep feeling that got into me when I woke up one day from a university dorm. I looked outside. I thought there was a thick fog, but actually when I opened the television, it is actually PM 2.5 haze, which is a very dangerous pollution that has caused many people to die from lung cancer and other diseases. That's why I decided to look for the root cause, and that's why I traveled to the Gas province to look at the sugarcane, which is what creates these haze.
แล้วก็ได้มีการรีเสิร์ชแล้วก็ thank you ไปจนเจอแล้วก็ไปพยายามหาเกษตรกรที่เขามีวิถีชีวิตเกี่ยวกับการคุกคีอยู่กับอ้อยเยอะแล้วก็มีวิถีชีวิตซึ่งผมคิดว่าถ้าเราสามารถที่จะหาพื้นที่ตรงกลางก็คือ Architectural ของเราเนี่ยเป็นตัวเชื่อมแล้วก็เป็นตัวหาทางออกให้กับทั้งสองฝ่ายไม่ว่าจะเป็นทั้งทางworldwide แล้วก็ทางชุมชนเองซึ่งเขาไม่มีทางออกซึ่งตรงนี้มันเป็นปัญหาอยู่ที่ว่าไม่มีวิธีไม่มีแนวคิดหรือว่าไม่มีข้อเสนอจากทางรัฐหรือว่าจากทางอื่นเข้ามาช่วยซึ่งผมก็เลยคิดโดยใช้สถาปัตยกรรมเป็นตัวช่วยเพื่อที่จะสร้างสถาปัตยกรรมเพื่อที่จะตอบโจทย์ทั้งสองฝ่ายซึ่งไม่ว่าจะเป็นทั้งโครงสร้างหรือว่าทั้งการใช้งานทุกอย่างถูกคิดมาพร้อมกับการออกแบบที่เรียบง่ายคนในชุมชนสามารถทำได้กันเองประมาณ
Okay, so to continue the story, that's why I went and interviewed and talked with the local farmers, sugarcane farmers, and
I want my architectural knowledge and background to be the middle ground to solve the problem of pollution, connecting the community, and turn them from parts of the problem to become part of the solution with this space that I create for the local villagers.
แล้วการหาทางออกนี้จะเป็นการโอเคเอา
The question was about planning. Yes. The function. Yes, it was about the building. Yeah. Don't need the building itself, not the bigger concept.
ยังไงครับ
Focus on the function of the building, not the concept.
มีอะไรบ้างโอเคตัว architecture ในการทำ structure ขึ้นมาก็จะมีชูการ์กีหนึ่งแล้วก็จะเอา waste จากที่เหลือจากการทำการเก็บเกี่ยวก็จะมีพวกใบมีพวกตอสังซึ่งใบเราก็จะเอามาเวิร์กช็อปเป็นหลังคาแล้วก็ตัวตอสังเราก็จะเอามาบดเป็นอิฐบล็อกที่ว่าครับแล้วก็ประมาณ
To try to answer your question, the architectural side of it is that I try to blend sugarcrete with other agricultural waste from the sugarcane as well, like the cane itself as the structure, and the bamboo as the structure, and also the sugarcane leaves that is weaved by the community and is used for the roof, and also used for the wall of the structure as well. Does that answer your question?
Somehow, all right. Thank you. Okay, that's time's up. Yeah, so thank you so much. So what you can do, Balloon, what you guys can do is try to answer the question and we can bring it back to me offline and then I will let the judges know. All right? Okay, thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right, round of applause to our... All right, now it's the actual lunchtime, my apologies. Everyone, please come back at 1:50. For those who need to pray, it's at level 2, room number 5 for prayers, okay? No, apologies, wait. So it's after lunch. Sorry, prayer room is only available after lunchtime, so if that's okay. Yeah, so for now, judges, Noriko will bring you to lunch. Everyone else, you can either eat here, eat at the lounge, or at the cafeteria. All right, thank you, everyone. Be back by 1:50 p.m., 1:50. Thank you so much. That's a tough question. How do I pronounce this properly without sounding offensive? Beach. I'll try my best. You know what? I won't pronounce it. Yes, we'll start soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch, and our YouTube live audience, welcome back to the AYDA Awards International 2024-2025, the architectural category. Oh, Santosh, okay. Students, you guys ready? I mean, you are ready. Yeah. Right. We have judges. We have 5 more to go, and I'm sure it's gonna be very exciting as well. Next, our 12th presenter for the day is Sonia with her project, A Transitory Interface Beach.
Namaste. There's no sound. Oh, there's a sound. The idea finds its roots in the memory of my great-grandmother, who first taught me to see the seed not merely as something that grows, but as something sacred, something to protect. She once told me how during a famine, her mother hid bajra seeds, that is a pearl millet, in the folds of a sari, knowing that losing them meant losing the next season's hope. Through moments like these, in kitchens filled with stories and quiet acts of care, I began to see how seeds connect us to memory. As I compared the seeds in my mother's and my grandmother's kitchen today, I noticed subtle shifts in our traditions. Fewer indigenous seeds are being passed down, leading to a silent erosion of cultural and ecological heritage. Good morning, good afternoon to all. I'm Sonia Gupta from India to present my idea, Beach, a transitory interface. In the Indian mythology, 2 metaphors are used to explain the origin and the cause of things. These are yoni, the womb, and the bija, the seed. From the yoni comes the phala, the fruit, that contains the bija, which when placed in the yoni once again creates a new phala. This eternal loop brings us to the timeless question, what came first, the fruit or the seed? The cyclicity of the seed reminds us that every end is a beginning. However, this sacred loop survives only when we nurture its most vulnerable moments. But who tends to this cycle? Who ensures it continues? The community. The farmers, seed keepers, children are custodians of this cycle, supported by silent caretakers, the soil microbes, the pollinating bees, the seed-scattering birds, the wind, the rain, the sun. Have you ever wondered the food that you eat, where it comes from? According to the United Nations, 75% of the plant genetic diversity has been lost since the beginning of the 20th century as farmers worldwide have abandoned their local seeds for genetically uniform varieties. Activists like Vandana Shiva and Dr. Prabhakar Rao have long raised their voices against industrial agriculture and seed monopolies, talking about the loss of indigenous seed diversity, not just at regional but at global level.
When you control food, you control society. But when you control seed, you control life on Earth. Industrial farming is the single biggest destructive force on the planet today. The war against the Earth begins in the minds of men.
Today, the threat is more urgent than ever. We are facing climate change. We are facing global seed emergency with the rapid disappearance of biodiversity and seed sovereignty, posing a serious crisis for agriculture and food security around the world. Gomti, a woman farmer, lives in a small town of Beherwala Khansen in Bihar, India. She remembers how her grandfather used to tell her stories of when Gandhi began his journey towards India's independence from this very land. Gandhi's ideologies of Satyagrah took roots here during the Champaran Satyagrah, where he fought for the rights of the farmers. As Gomti watches the struggles of today's farmers, she feels a deep sadness. Large organizations like Monsanto have taken hold of the seed market, driving farmers into dependency. Along with the loss of indigenous farmer-safe seeds, we are facing the loss of the language, the culture, and the way of life. The village serves as an anchor for 13 surrounding villages, providing essential amenities such as bus stand, hospitals, schools. It also holds Beej Dan, a seed-sharing fair held in February and March, where women farmers from the neighboring villages gather to exchange indigenous seeds, preserving biodiversity and traditional practices. Thus, the village becomes an embodiment of identity, celebration, and resistance. Coming to the program, the idea of learning through sharing and receiving, that is reimagining learning as a reciprocal act, seed bank acting as living museums, communal kitchen and library. Learning through community, we have open classrooms and workshops that act as spaces for intergenerational informal learning, terraces and courtyards. Learning through nature, nature is not just a backdrop but a co-teacher. Agroecological gardens and memory grooves and seasonal trails serve as tactile classrooms. The idea investigates the notion of how a place is shaped by collective memory, how architecture turns the site into a vehicle for activism. A farmer's year in India follows the rhythms of the land, with festivals that honor the working of earth, cows, snakes, wells, rain, and every stage from sowing to harvest. The concept emerges from the seed's centrality, a point from which life radiates outwards to which it returns, intertwining with the spatial rhythms of courtyards, plinths, and terraces, allowing architecture to become a part of people's everyday life. Investigating the idea how to extend architecture as a manipulation of topographical continuum, while the relationship between architecture and landscape has been kept deliberately dualistic, creating a series of thresholds from the street to the built. Using the Knowles map as a tool, the design begins with an understanding of the rural fabric, mapping the pause points and designing large open spaces that seamlessly blend with the existing ones, creating a flow that encourages movement, rest, and connection. Mapping the existing natural vegetation and site markers like the Gandhi Smarak and the People Tree helps establish a spatial connection that weaves together memory, nature, and shared future. Connection to the fields, diverging out on the fields while still maintaining central connection to the People Tree. The western facade is opened out to create a strong connection between the built and the unbuilt. Thus, maintaining the rural fabric through the use of site elements like the courtyard. One enters the built through the terrace. The red shows the movement on the terrace. Women have long been the quiet keepers of seeds, their hands preserving stories of soil and sustenance. In fields, courtyards, and kitchen, they pass down the wisdom of seed saving. And we will see how this initiative becomes a part of Gomti's life, woven into the fabric of her daily existence. The morning, the exchange. The sky is still soft grey when Gomti wakes. She splashes cold water on her face, wraps her sari tighter, and steps out. The air is still, but she can already hear the low hum of the other women beginning their day. Today is important. It's the day she selects the seed for the coming Kharif season. She grabs a cotton pouch and heads to the community seed center just past the Durga temple and pond where the people are beginning their daily chores. She steps into the expansive Gandhi Samadhi Plaza where the bust installed by her great-grandfather stands in quiet dignity. With the Kisan Mela, a prominent event approaching, she watches as the jute fabric and the bamboo tents are raised, slowly transforming this place into a place for celebration. She enters Gandhi Bija Kendra, a simple but welcoming structure facing an old people tree. It carries the memory of the Gandhi's visit and the farmer's struggle, reminding her of the lost history. The center, with its brick walls and red oxide flooring and wide veranda, is cool inside. She greets Kamla Akka, the seed keeper, and exchanges her saved seeds for urad, which is black gram, and native marigold seeds. A chalkboard in the corner reads, "Rain expected by Monday, sow millets early." Gomti smiles. These small things matter. It's time for Gomti to head to the fields, to sow seeds in the organic farming patch, techniques recently taught by an agriculturist who had visited the village. As she walks, she notices other women sorting seeds, carefully separating them for packaging. These will soon be sent to a large health company, part of the growing link between the village and the outside world. On her way out, she catches a quick glimpse of the embroidery she had done, now hanging on the wall. The etch conditions show the intricate relationship between the people and their ecosystem. One enters the build through the terrace. Gomti moves along the symbolic pathway around the people tree, stepping carefully as one would in a pradakshina, the circular path taken around a temple. The seed bank stands like a temple. The humble structure houses the seeds, much like a sacred space preserves memories, holding the future in its walls. Earlier, she had spread her rice seeds out to dry on the terrace. The terraces become active workspaces for drying, winnowing, cleaning, and threshing, each busy with its own task, while the expansive fields beyond stretched out. The view connected her to the rhythms of the village, a quiet harmony of work and life. Today is her turn, along with Malti and Rani, to clean the seed bank and check the seed status. The underground seed bank, which merges seamlessly with the landscape, provides a seasonal trail, maintains a cool, natural environment, extending the longevity of the seeds. The seed bank is designed in a Panchyatna style, with the main seed varieties placed at the center, like the deities in a shrine. Seed preservation has long been evolved into a collective, community-driven practice rooted in local traditions. Green roofs seamlessly merge into the landscape. Stack effect ensures passive cooling, creating an ideal environment. During festivals, the place is transformed. One such method includes the use of matkas, that is terracotta pots for safe and breathable storage. Integrating indigenous preservation methods to guard against pests and insects. Traditional techniques such as neem treatment, ash and sand coating, bamboo containers sealed with cow dung and mud offer effective chemical-free protection. Stone walls now double as storage niches. Terracotta flooring keeps the space grounded and porous. Constructed and finished primarily from locally handmade bricks and granite, the design embraces material simplicity, drawing from the site's leftover brick field for sustainability. Gomti reminisces how her husband had helped in building this place when the brick field closed down. He had to move to the city for employment. It's 3 a.m. A short bell signals the start of seed packet folding workshop, a new initiative. Though the afternoon is hot, the space feels cool and well lit, opening out to the field so Gomti can keep an eye on her land. In one corner, a small storage area holds the order from the last day, ready for the weekly hut. The building maintains a strong connection to the surrounding. The eastern facade is carefully broken down to reduce heat gain and respond to the harsh sun. The plinth extending out creates flexible spaces. Later, she walks through the veranda to the communal kitchen space flowing into one another, where 4 women sit peeling garlic. Someone hums a folk song, chatting about harvest, children, and composting tip. Rekha naps nearby while Preeta's 2 years toddles around, stealing everyone's attention. The jute panels and jali walls filter the sun, and cool breeze flows in from the pond, keeping the space comfortable. Khatia, a fundamental piece of furniture in rural Bihar. The wooden legs frame forms a sturdy rectangle, and the rope made of cotton, jute fibers, or date palm is tightly hand-woven to create flexible bed-like surface. Especially in hot climates, modified into partition walls, which could be transformed for two beds, resonating with the local way of life. Children after school can be seen reading and playing in the library. The use of varied height plinths creates a playful environment. Double height space with bamboo piers holds the work of the women. Around 5, children splash and swim in the pond. During the monsoon, when the water fills up, excess water gets stored in the pond outside for the animals to drink. The site experiences hot and dry summers, with monsoons providing occasional relief. To maintain thermal comfort, the design employs evaporative cooling as a key strategy. There's excitement in the air. A renowned agriculturist from the city is visiting for a workshop on organic farming. Each building within the complex is constructed using a uniform brickwork. Large openings in the wall bring natural light and ventilation, while a sequence of small courtyards pool allow cool air to circulate. The spaces are woven out of pavilions, courtyards, talab, and green, connected by corridors and shadows. Simplicity is the intent. In another room, Pooja is giving tuition to village children. Some women can be seen learning the computer. Some are involved in embroidery. This place has given a platform for the women of the village to earn more livelihood. It's the evening, time for ritual and return. As the sun dips, the women gather again. It's Amavasya, new moon. Men have returned from the fields. Old men and women sit on khatiyas telling stories to children. A local song floats in the air. Gomti places few marigold flowers from her earlier exchange at the peepal tree, whispering thanks. She walks home beneath an illuminated sky. Her heart is full, not just with seeds, but with the stories, learning, laughter, and quiet strength for the next day. Therefore, Bija celebrates life, integrating itself within the lives of the community, providing a space for expression and livelihood. The project serves as a bridge between the cycles of nature and human connection, therefore celebrating culture, diversity, and ecology, and hence becoming a force of nature for immediate action, not as just at regional but at global level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Judges, I would like to open the floor to comments and questions. Okay, welcome back. Anyone would like to begin? Raza?
Thank you. This was a very nice presentation, I think, despite the fact that you didn't have Warner Brothers level video. But I think there's something nice and charming about such sort of drawings. That's very nice. And I also like the fact that you make it sound like, a regular day is so fulfilling and so kind of it gives something back to you. So that kind of, I think, reaches out to me. What I do think I want to sort of understand a little more is wherever you're making this intervention, how different or what is the nature in which it plugs into what they're normally used to?
So, sir, I tried to maintain the rural fabric because I didn't want to disturb their local way of life, the way they live. And so I have contours on site, and the build actually becomes a part of the landscape so that the terraces, because the terraces become these very beautiful informal social spaces in villages, and they host a lot of activities there. So the entire design starts with the terrace, and all the activities also happen on the terrace. This particular project could actually also, with minute changes and things like that, we could actually function in different villages around, which could become nodal points, and which could actually help in spreading this entire idea of saving the seeds.
Santosh?
Sonia, yeah, good presentation and nice representation of the overall plans and idea. And it is good that the seed is very important, and the topic also is interesting. And yeah, a couple of things in terms of presentation. I thought it would have been nicer if you could have spoken without the cards. Since it will be more connected. You look at us, and it didn't look like the person you're mentioning was. It's a story, right, where it's a day's work, but it just we couldn't connect that. You were a little fast on that also, I think. That was one, and the other one was, since it's architecture and related to seed, it would have been nice that if we see some kind of a seed imprint on the walls or textures on the roof, any used shells or something where when people come in, you get that it is a facility that is celebrating life, celebrating seed. As a community, as a space, it just looks like another community, gathering in a village, but not related to seed. If there is some way that architecture could bring that. And the other thing I wanted to, like I mentioned, celebrate life. Seed is something that you mentioned, Yoni, Palad. It would have been nice that the building also celebrates life in a way. It looks to me like a community space, but these are if it had little more life or landscape where it could show, even more, a huge banyan tree or something, that's really what the whole idea of seed is about. And I like the temple idea also. As you know, all the temple tops, they store the seed or the paddy, because in terms of famine or war, if everything is gone, that is again as the seed. So that relevance was good. So these were the two little points that I found, but overall it looked good and good idea, and well rendered also.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I mean, you're good storyteller. That's beautiful. Like that.
Thank you,
The
sir.
presentation, very nice. Then as architects, as we are, I mean, I'm looking at some of the detailing of your building. And you have brick ceiling.
Yes. So that is, I know it might
you
not be.
put in brick tiles? I mean, I'm wondering.
So actually, that's not a load-bearing structure where I have made a brick roof. So the engineering part, I'm not very sure, but
I think you're more into storytelling than like architecture detailing. And there's some handrails that you didn't do it white. You have crisscross like brick pattern.
yes.
So those
that's
rendering that you make a lot of mistakes.
that brick pattern. So that's a software limitation, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
No, come on.
Oh no, I'm under pressure. Okay. Okay, firstly, I really enjoyed the comic strip you had in your presentation material, but it wasn't shown today. But I really like that storytelling part. I'm just curious, why are the women only doing this? Where are the men?
So there's seasonal migration that happens usually in the villages because the agriculture part is booming during the monsoon months, which is actually this present time. And the other part of the season is when they start moving to cities for further more money, because agriculture is basically a gamble at the hands of the monsoon in India, as we say. So when they have to earn additional money, they move to the city. So that is when the women become the major holders of the agriculture in India. Yes.
Okay. So do you see that changing in the future?
Yes, so the whole idea of this was also so that the younger generation doesn't want to continue agriculture as such also. So if this could become a way where people get attracted to agriculture as a preservation of seed and the indigenous seeds, so maybe it could become, the way I said, architecture for activism.
Okay, thank you. I guess my question was this building designed for women, and will that change in future? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give it to them. Next, we have Zeenat. Her project is the Nexus Hub. A round of applause.
Hi, I am Zainab Bukas, and I will be presenting my project, the Nexus Hub, which believes in the fact that cities should be measured not by their skylines or their road width, but the space they give to the residents. And it is situated in Islamabad's blue area. It is situated in Islamabad's blue area where commerce and traffic are expanding upwards and outwards, but the people are left fighting for inches of space. Islamabad was once known as the Green City. However, the shade is gone. The shade is gone, and as a student, I feel this loss deeply because it was a place of tranquility where nature softened the pace of life. However, due to urbanization, the greenery is being removed, and this transformation is not accidental. Urbanization has always prioritized vehicles over people, and this car-centric approach has fueled congestion, fragmented communities, and worsened the urban heat island effect. The more we're building for vehicles, the more we're losing the space that makes a city alive. So Islamabad was not a city which grew organically, but it was planned and designed by a Greek architect as a Dynapolis. So it lacked a conventional city center, and the blue business and commercial district was supposed to act as the city center. However, the roads stretched, and the communities which were there, they started to shrink and became isolated islands. And the privileged people would live in the planned sectors, whereas the underprivileged would be in the gaps. And this is the site itself. We have a major road in the middle and business and commercial on the sides, which are further connected with secondary roads. Today, the commercial district, which you can see over here, it is squeezed between two 300 feet wide roads, and this is only 170 feet. So this is a commercial district which is meant to serve and invite people. However, it has 600 feet of roads and only 12 feet for the pedestrians themselves. The shopkeepers and the office workers park directly in front of their buildings. However, despite all of these problems, the street is full of life. It is visible in the chai dhabas, the vendors selling fruit, the chairs on the sidewalks, where office workers gather for breaks. The space is activated due to this variety of people sort of all bleeding into this blue area. However, moving through these spaces feels like an obstacle course. Cars are parked halfway onto the sidewalks, motorcycles are fitted into the tight spaces, the planters are blocking the sidewalk, and you're constantly being forced onto the road rather than walking on the sidewalk. And all of these vendors are working inches away from all of this traffic and risking their lives during this. And on the other side, we have towering offices offering detached, privileged and a secure world, which is not just distant but unattainable by the people on the other side due to the lack of any pedestrian infrastructure to cross the road even. The site is dominated by a parking culture which is visible in the existing parking lots and the street parkings, and we can see that wherever we have existing parkings, we also have increased congestion. And we also see that the difference between vehicular and pedestrian mobility modes, how much space is given to vehicles and how much space is given to pedestrians. And other than that, we also see this cultural and social disparity between the two adjacent sectors to this strip. Where on the sector on top, F7, we have car-owning residents which move with ease. However, in the lower sector, G7, we have underprivileged people, and they're mostly relying on wagons, on public wagons and public transport, and so they also have some pedestrian bridges as well. So the Nexus Hub proposes a fundamental shift. Instead of separating these people horizontally into disconnected classes, it layers mobility vertically, giving space back to the people. So the vehicles are recessed underground, the public transport is raised, and the ground floor is opened up for the pedestrians. And in this traffic diagram, you can see how the layers are interconnected and function as a whole system. We have the vehicles underground which move uninterrupted, and they also rise up to the ground floor on the sides. And on the ground floor, pedestrians are activating the area, and they're also connected to different activity platforms. And on top, we have the public transport. And all of these are connected through vertical modal interchange facilities, which where people can shift the modes of transport with ease. So anyone going on public transport can easily take these and come down to the vehicular section maybe and land at the pick and drop point. This is the mobility layering. We have the vehicular roads underground. Then we have the nodes, which are generated through offices, markets, and restaurants, which generate footfall, and they're interconnected, which enclose platforms for the on-site activities, which we saw in the video. And then we have the public transport going through the top. And in this street mobility plan, we can see how the mobility integrates seamlessly. We have the pedestrians, the metro, the activity platforms, plantation, and shuttles stitched into one living urban fabric where movement is no longer fragmented. At an architectural level, this is anchored by the social crack, a spatial rupture that splits the building open, allowing for natural pedestrian flow. Where we had rigid mass separating the people, acting as a barrier, it now acts as a porous building. The form of the building is influenced by micromobility routes, so within and around the site. It starts off by extruding the mass and providing splits and cracks for access, primary access and secondary access. It also removes the ground floor from one side and opens up to the context, and in the voids, vertical circulation is placed. This is more visible in this render over here, where we can see that spaces where people are moving, they're actually carved out to sort of enhance their walkability, where we have shaded terraces shading the pedestrians walking below. We then have the master plan, which shows how the building sits in context, rather than these surrounding buildings which act to sort of separate both sides. It actually acts to sort of stitch together both sides and provide a pathway where people can walk through. And we also have the environmental aspects of this project, where hard surfaces are replaced by permeable paving. We have rain gardens and microclimates. Other than that, we also have shaded corridors and tree-lined walkways, cooling the walkways for pedestrians. And we have shuttle systems, which goes around in a loop. So it acts as a park and ride system where people can park on one floor and then they can change their mode of mobility, just like the street plan. And we have the ground floor plan and the basement plan. We have the cars entering and exiting from the basement, and the ground floor opened up for the pedestrians. And then in the upper floor plans, we can see how the cars are coming up from the ramps over here, and then they're going down from over here. And we have the public toilets and rest areas, repair shops all on the front side, which are connected to the escalators, which promote intuitive wayfinding and actually celebrate the circulation rather than hiding it. And in the sections, we can see the porosity, how the ground floor acts to sort of let people through, and then the rest of the structure houses the cars. From an urban lens, it becomes a scalable model for car-dominated corridors, which achieves global shared goals of emission reduction, enhanced livability, and reduce social disparity while still being rooted in Islamabad's culture. And socially, it bridges the divide, where the once invisible vendors with no dignified platforms now have their own spaces. Office workers, students, visitors, and vendors all meet freely across shaded steps or markets or activity platforms. And the informal economy is not erased, but recognized, formalized, and integrated into the city's daily life. And this is a reclaiming of not just space, but opportunity, belonging, and dignity. And ultimately, this asks us to question if we will continue designing for machines or the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Zeenat. We just give her a few seconds to mic up. Quick introduction, my name is Samantha. I'll be taking over the moderation for this period. So I'll give you guys some time to think about your questions and comments while she gets, oh, she's ready, okay.
This is one of the nicer projects that you really tackle with architecture and also circulation of the cars and traffic, people, intertwining. I mean, you have done so much work that I really appreciate how you resolve firstly the circulation and how you came up with this problem with pedestrian congestion, and then you try to resolve it architecturally and also in urbanism. So we just, your project is very strong. But I wish that the architecture can be a little softer, because you try to make it like a parking garage, right? But it doesn't have to, right? It can be something softer, something more green, That's one comment I have. And then material choices. That's related to the first comment, right? Material choices that you tend to use all the concrete blocks and, all these masonry stuff, that it's how sustainable it is. This is one of the themes in this competition of the sustainability, right? So that's it. I mean, otherwise, it's a good project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Any more comments or questions from the judges? Dr. Armin?
Yeah.
Yes, you have
Okay.
time.
Okay. Yeah, Zainab, it was a good project in the sense of most of the urban cities has this issue of roads urbanization taking over with less pedestrians, and I think you have addressed it in a nicer way, where you have just layered the vehicular movement in lower and upper levels, and it brought in more the pedestrian and connected on either side. The overall color analysis, everything is nice. Did you calculate a lot of data? How much vehicles are there? How much people are there? And what is the
Yes,
actual
I
happening?
did. It should actually work as a pilot project. So we have a lot of surface parking lots on site. So there's I think 4 to 5 parking lots. And the solution would not just be one parking structure, because we have 2,000 cars parking here daily. So it would be a pilot project with multiple such structures, which sort of deal with all the cars.
Then another question was the parking garage. We couldn't go basement or below ground. It looked like such a heavy structure when we are celebrating pedestrian and people, public parks, and suddenly you see this monumental structure. The other thing is, I thought that structure doesn't have any relevance or cultural context of Islamabad. It just looked like a parking garage that could be anywhere. It would have been nice if some cultural, is being imbibed into it. And also nowadays you can use the terrace. It's a public place. If there is another way where the public can go to the top or go to the other side and use it as a jogging track, like multifunctionality of all public spaces, right? We don't want any space to be just take one program. If it's adaptable and if it could use multifunction, especially in a public space, it opens up much more opportunities for interaction and to make that and to activate that space. And these are the points I had. Since it's a realistic project and a live project, more data or a little more of how it can happen and things like that thought would be interesting. These are my points. But a good project, as in where most of the cities face this this problem.
Still have time.
Zeenat, thank you very much. The issue that we have today, I think everyone is agree. It was very important issue for the future of the cities. It's not from today. It was like 50, 60 years ago. What was the solution? What you present us, it happens in Germany for like 60 years ago. Why? What shall we do today? You are the generation. When I'm sitting with my daughter, she texts like this with the mobile. Your generation is different. You have to bring a solution. In my age, it was Metropolis, Fifth Element, Star Wars, which it brought me as a student the new ideas to see the future of the towns. What you presented, I really appreciate what you did, but it wasn't something that. What is new in it? What did you present? Very nice study that you did. You walk around, you brought this idea, but. I need to see. I need to see. You are the generation of ChatGPT or I don't know whatever IE, and so you have to fly. You can disappear. You don't need to bring these cars there. The car that, why you didn't try to bring some solution? It shouldn't be a car. What happens now today in Europe, actually, that we don't need a car anymore. Why you don't come with such idea? What you present is like actually 60 years ago. They are dead, You are the generation of the future, and you have to think, because you can do these things. I can do that, And I wanted to see, present me and say me, wow, this is it. That's maybe for next projects or thinking about it, because you are young and you have to use it. Just dream, When you see a beautiful Brad Pitt or some things, this moment that you say, as a woman, and when I see a beautiful girl, a lady or whatever, and I do like this. Okay, this moment you have to bring it in a project, and then we can do it. We can further it. Okay, thank you very much. I really, because I love the idea, this problem that the cities have. Thank you.
You wanna? Okay. Thank you, Zainab. I think it's really good to solve what you see around you as a starting point. By looking at case studies around the world, what is the most future-proof scheme that you can see, and then what can you think beyond that? So I totally agree with what our friend here. Huh?
Armin.
I know your name.
Okay. You might understand. You're just friends, yes.
Yeah. So, after you graduate, you become extremely practical after years of being tortured by clients. So this is time to dream. I agree. But anyway, just a suggestion on presentation graphics. It's great to start with plans and aerial views, but when you're talking about pedestrian experience, it's always good to present from eye level. Only eye level, before, after, and progression. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll take it beyond all these points that you have heard. I think, yes, you are in a position to discourage things as well. And a lot of cities are now doing away with cars. So you had that opportunity, and you started with the vendors and pedestrians. The whole concept was based on space for them. So you should have just taken the space for them.
Okay.
Because you're bringing the cars back and the buses back and all of them. So the whole idea was keep them away. Keep the pedestrians there so that it doesn't become like a building again. It's like that traditional architectural response to containing stuff. That's what a building does. But you want everybody to be out and about and open. And also, one would like to see how, if I was a vendor, how has my life changed now after your intervention?
Okay.
How do I sit there? How do I present myself? How do you as a customer approach me now that you have fixed that place or made it better for us? So all of that is kind of what you're talking about, and that's what one waits to see in the sort of images. Okay, perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much, judges, and thank you, Zainab. Thank you. Okay, I will now introduce our next presenter, Eka with Nata Pejaten.
Okay, hello everyone. So this is my story. The first time we're going to start about chapter 1, Bali and Pejaten village. So Bali is a place where I was born and raised together with the community that live in harmonious and relies on one another. In Bali, we believe in philosophy of three hitakarana, which means the three causes of well-being and happiness. The harmonious relationship between human and God that we call pariyangan, harmonious relationship between human and fellow human that we call pawangan, and harmonious relationship between human and environment that we call palemahan. So before I continue, I want all of you to remember your village, your hometown or even your country, about your own traditional culture and also your own tradition. And then you can read this question: what if this culture and traditional heritage slowly fade? And answer by yourself and put the answer in yourself. Because next I want to tell you about a small corner of Bali, which is Pejatan. Pejatan village is a place where earth is transformed into a pottery. This village is renowned since 1920s as a village that transformed earth into a pottery, bricks, terracotta, ceramics, and roof tiles. And from 1980s, this village, especially the production and the creation of clay from this village, is blossomed. Now, it's almost 100 industry in the Pejatan village. So it's almost more than 100 years industry in this village. In Pejatan, the creation begin with mixing the raw clay to a workable blend, and then they create the pottery, the roof tiles, and the terracotta using their hand or using the pressing machine, and then they sun dried the creation for 2 until 7 days, and then they fired in the traditional kilns to create a final product that they can sell. Even right now, they export it internationally. So we're going to continue to the chapter 2.
Tujuan yang untuk ke depan ini lantasan saling mengisi, yaitu tujuan yang pengen punapi untuk ke depan ini anak-anak yang lagi ada yang berjelas bakal saya ada di ini anak cucu yang pang terus dan berkembang.
So let me explain to you about this interview because I didn't put any subtitle in the video. So basically, this interview is with Iwayan Kuturan. He is one of the men who started this industry in Pejatan village. So during our research in Pejatan village, he told me a lot of stories. We shared story together. We shared our ideas. He told me about the innovation and everything. And he also sent a key message that encouraged the younger generation of Pejatan village to preserve and priceless heritage that they have and keep growing together. Before I continue to talking about the key message that he delivered to us, I'm going to tell you about Nata. So basically, Nata is a central courtyard in Balinese traditional architecture that we called its Asta Kosala Kosali. It is the traditional principal architecture of Bali, and Nata is simply a central courtyard in Balinese houses. So Nata is a place that connects the human with the nature and also with the divine. Nata is a very simple ideas, and yet it is what I want to emphasize on this project, a simplicity of design. So a key message that Kak Mangku, that I called Kak Mangku, he delivered is to encourage the younger generation to keep preserving their tradition. And we know that our younger generation now slowly to forget their root of their cultures. And for that, our goals in this project is to create a collaboration space, workshop, and gathering spaces for the younger generation. And in the same time, we also provide a collaboration space for the local craftsmanship in Pejaten village and the others audience, maybe another local craftsmanship or artisan from Pejaten or from other villages or from other countries, or even like us, the architect who maybe want to build something or create some innovation about using clay. So now let's talk about the material as identity. We already know that clay is identity of Pejaten village. And for designing this project, Natah Pejaten, I believe that we need to speak in the same language. The language of architecture, the language of art and the language of tradition. So during the production and after the production, most of the time there is waste material that they didn't use and they just throw it away. So that waste materials that we want to revive and use as a new product that we apply to our architectural element. The roof tile waste and also using a stacked roof tile waste. Even we can also use a broken bricks. So the architectural element or the innovation that I'm talking about is we call breathing wall. Simply, breathing wall is a system that encourages natural ventilation. Breathing wall one, we create two types of breathing wall. Breathing wall one is using a simple mounted structures arranged like a traditional roof tiles. Here is the breathing wall, and that's a part of our architecture details. And the second one, the breathing wall 2, is more flexible adaptation from the breathing wall 1, which is we can adjust the slat so it can let the airflow to the building and also can adjust the opening. So here is how the slats, the flexible slat is moving. Okay, now is the chapter 4 about the architecture as a spark. Before I continue, I want to give you some books that I created during my research in Pejaten village. You can check this while I'm presenting my design, my project. So I believe in designing this project, instead of building a large central hub, we using injection point as approach. So we spread 4 different sites across the village to accommodate the function that we want to propose. So let's start from the site 1 that I call the gateway of the community activities. So this site is located near to the located near to the junior high school over there, and also located near to the main community activities, the football field area. Here we design main spaces like workshop, gathering spaces, and also collaborative space for the local artisan. And we also design a cafeteria that is for to support the existing facilities that already exist in Pejaten before. And this is how the architecture blend with the others. It's the architecture that is simple and humble and still has a root that connect to the Pejaten village. The gathering spaces for the local artisan, also the youngsters, the cafeteria, collaboration space, gathering spaces, and the learning center or workshop for the young generation and also the local artisan or the seniors. And now we continue to the site 2. The site 2 is a new breed amid the residents. Every site in Pejaten that I designed has a unique character. Especially on this one, the site 2 is amidst the residents. So we're trying to make the project blend to the residential area. Here is the site, and next to the site is the elementary school that we called SD Negeri 1 Pejaten. We designed a simple layout with a main space, collaboration space, and also workshop. This is the gathering spaces. From the entry, you can see that youngsters gather around there, and also the local artisan blending with the youngsters. All of this building using a concrete structure and also rammed earth wall to accommodate a thermal insulation. And you can see here, this is the breathing wall 1. Site 3. The site 3 basically the most unique site among the 4 sites, because this site is located here between the production houses. So that's why we call blending with production house. This site, even if it's just a small spaces, we still have a chance to design a space that can provide a workshop and also a collaboration. This site, especially this design, is simple architecture, humble and blend with the surroundings. The people in Pejaten still can gather around, and also we provide a workshop and collaboration space. The next one is site 4 that we call the Weaving History, Reviving Heritage. This site is the biggest among the 4. This site is located near to the elementary school SD Negeri 3 Pejaten, and near to the house of Iwayan Kuturan, the one that I interviewed previously. So this site, the layout plan, we try to create more expression of the architecture. So the first one, the number 3, is a galleries. It's for the local artisan to show off their craftsmanship, their works that they already done, and people can come here and visit and see how their creation. And also here you can see number 9. It is a roof tile production that we revive from this site. So we're using a same approach, blending with the surroundings, providing a gathering spaces for the community, and a collaboration space for local artisan and diverse audience. Here is the galleries that show the local artisans' work. So by this project, we believe that we can provide a new spark for the community to ignite their enthusiasm to preserve their culture and their traditions. And by the books that I showed to you, it is the guidance for Pejaten people and Pejaten village to develop and their villages. So if you want to know more about Natah Pejaten, you can scan this QR code, and that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Eka. Thank you, Eka. Okay. So I'll just give you a few seconds to collect your thoughts. Think of some comments, feedback, questions for Eka. Right. Okay. Dr. Armin, you have something?
I can say, if I'm coming to this village, I ask myself, if I'm going to come to this things, I definitely understand where is the elementary school, because you repeated 5 times, 4 times, 5 times. If I'm coming to this village, I will never understand this compared to the other pictures in this village, okay? I'm asking myself what was different. Okay, maybe this brief wall, okay? But I will miss it. I will go through and I didn't catch it. I'm sorry to tell it, okay? Very directly. You make a book to present. Architecture is not about to make like an airplane, how you can run away from it. I'm so sorry. You are a strong guy, therefore I'm going to be a little bit harder. Architecture is not about to make a book to explain it to people how it is. You have to discover it. It's about emotion. I don't want to go through, but you have to think it. I mean, the story was really strong and perfect. Okay, you talk like 10 minutes about this story, but if you thought about the other steps, I missed that actually. Sorry.
I think we give some time for.
No, he understands.
You got it? Yeah, I got it.
He got it. Okay.
I'll expand on that, if you don't mind.
Sorry?
I'll expand on that.
Can be.
Okay. You have 4 sites.
Yes.
It will be helpful to know on the big picture their relationship to one another and wayfinding around the village. And you had the opportunity to do 4 very different proposals on each site, but you've chosen to repeat the same. So I just wonder why.
So the answer for that question is because we're trying to fasten the development of Pavitran village. So that's why we provide 4 sites, but these 4 sites is not the end of the development. After these 4 sites, it may be there is more sites to coming or more design to coming for the Pavitran village. Depends on the condition of the development village. Yes.
Thank you. There's clearly 2 things you were trying to do. This is, I think, the first project that begins with a detailed drawing. Everybody else draws the context and then slowly goes into details. Yours was the other way around. So the first sketch we saw were those louvers and that kind of stuff. But I think maybe the slight confusion is whether you're trying to, by obviously reusing waste and all of that, which is a good thing, whether you are trying to create a new detail or improvement of building technology, or you're trying to do something about social spaces in the village, right? So it seems like it's divided. It's like 2 projects. And maybe if it was 1 project, you would go a little more in depth of what you are trying to achieve. And especially if you want to blend in the village, then a concrete structure with rammed earth does not seem to belong to the village. Maybe you have a reason why. But if you really want to blend and hide in the village, then maybe look deeper into how that village was initially built, which is probably as sustainable as you can get anyway. Right? So just that distinction between 2 different directions is maybe unclear to us. So otherwise, you know how to make nice images and nice books, but we're here for a different conversation.
So I just want to clarify about why I'm using a concrete and also rammed earth here. The first one, concrete is more conventional way to build building in Bali, obviously, because Balinese, I think Balinese construction still most of the time using a concrete, so it will be more easier for them to use a concrete as a main material, and also using a rammed earth. It is like a new innovation for the village, and in Bali also starting to become a new innovation. Like what Wayan Kuturan said or Kak Mangku said, we have to keep innovating in for younger generation. I think that's the response. Thank you.
Okay, that's all. We don't have any more time for Q&A for this participant. So sorry, Santosh. One more question?
Yeah.
Okay, one more question.
A good idea as a notion of inserting community spaces and for the craftsmen understand that idea. But I wanted to say that the initial image that you showed of the nata, like where the central courtyard of a traditional, that spatial organization was so much more extroverted. It kind of brought in people into that space. But in all the other plans and the way the plans were organized in all the 4 sites, yours were a little more introverted. No one, it is all focusing on inside, whereas in Nata you have a courtyard and outside, everyone sits outside on all 4 sides. So it would be nice if it's a community space, if it opens up more to the community. And we understand the idea that it has to blend, it has to be humble, but I don't think the architecture was pushed enough to create an impact for anyone to come in or for the community, to make a real impact. It's just being there. So these are the points I wanted. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Santosh, and thank you again, Eka.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll take a few minutes. We'll take a few minutes. We'll wait for one more judge to come back before we start the next presentation. Coffee? Yes, what coffee would you like? No worries. Okay, we will now continue. We have 2 more presenters for the day, just 2 more. I'm excited to hear all of the last few presentations. Okay, next up, allow me to introduce Ariel with Deposition School.
Hello everyone, I'm Ariel from Turkey and it's my project, Deposition School. So the project starts with some sort of questions. What if the school of the ground wasn't a building, but a living, evolving topography? And can the changing bodies of the underground let us to improve our perception for rural? What if architecture could grow slowly like moss, dissolve like salt, or shiver like the ground beneath our feet? In the eastern highlands of Turkey, at the edge of Lake Van, lies Dönemeç village, a place where mountains fracture, rivers slow down, and the earth moves. This is not a tale of rural nostalgia, but a story of deposition, of how architecture can emerge from the ground, respond to time, and host the unexpected. Rural territories are often imagined as still, backward, or empty, but they are full of contingencies, unpredictable, cyclic, and interspecies relations. Dönemeç is situated where a river from the Iranian mountains meets Lake Van. Its soil is ancient, unstable, and active. The Chayanon Fault cuts through the village, triggering over 50 springs, many from Permian age karstic formations, travertine, limestone, alluvium, all coexist in motion. This geologic dynamism doesn't just shape the land, it shapes how people live. Washing clothes in the river, grazing animals near wetlands, feeling the tremors underfoot. The hinterland here is not a void behind civilization. It's a reactive, multi-species zone of interaction. So the Deposition School is a proposal that treats the ground as an actor, not a backdrop. It proposes exploring the concept of the hinterland and its ability to create by interacting with the contingent elements, both material and immaterial, within the rural intersectionality and temporality. It imagines architecture as a slow accumulation of calcium carbonates, of relations, of uncertainty, of programs. A seismic robotic pole initiates this process. It moves through the underground layers, detects shifts, and guides deposition. The school views the ground as a living substance and aims to establish space through the material cycle. So the first phase is empirical, a testing ground. New profiles enter the village, measuring seismicity, tracking the crystallization of travertine. Curtain-like textiles are woven by villagers and scientists. They act as frameworks for matter to settle. At this early stage, the ground's lithological and seismic layers are read and translated into architectural language by this robotic pole. And this robotic pole begins to work. It injects calcium carbonates from the ground and the harvest from underground travertine into the wire and textile frameworks. These are laid and controlled by both scientists and villagers, creating the first test spaces. So in the first phase, the encounter space acts as a gate. Hinterland ateliers begin testing and witnessing. Research rooms record early results, and a settlement hosts the interdisciplinary team. In the second phase, these frameworks solidify. Calcium carbonates builds up around the textiles, forming partial enclosures. Boundaries are blurred. Workshops begin spilling outside. Villagers begin using the spaces informally. The school becomes temporal, changing with seasons and discoveries. Now the school begins to react to the village. Deposition thickens. Workshops open to the outside, and the robotic pole continues to shape and measure. And calcium carbonate starts to create semi-closures from the hole around here. Ateliers become more porous, connecting with the village. The contingent corner emerges, a humid, strange interior full of broken matter and uncertain actions. The storage rooms here hold the tools, ladders, wires, frames used in the building. And the settlement shifts as new researchers arrive. And the research rooms expand their role, now questioning, provoking, not just recording. The school creates, collects, distributes, scatters, and with the inclusion of the notion of the future, it contains the possibilities of breaking or dismantling the material and reusing it. Finally, the third phase is meshed contingency. The architecture becomes porous and fragmented. Some spaces are open, some sticky and damp, some reused or dismantled. This is no longer a school as we know it, but a recreational organism that allows uncertainty to occur, like a wetland of knowledge. In this phase, uncertainty takes over, the boundaries dissolve, calcium carbonate accumulates everywhere on roofs, around frames, between walls, into the backyard. So the mesh garden, here and there, becomes the heart and open area where school meets river. Backyards absorb residual materials from deposition, forming semi-open pockets. Ateliers become flexible between open and closed. Contingent mesh corner, just over there, is now fusy, reticulated field of damp, overlapping spaces, and the robotic pole still operates from the ground, but now contributes to the garden matter. The encounter space has become service-oriented, losing its gateway status. The settlement here continues as a hosting hub, and the research rooms have become archives recording the evolution of the village itself. In this phase, the school is less of a building, more of a living landform. Architectural program considers speculative future scenarios in which the material is dismantled, dissolved, fractured, or eroded after phase 3, culminating in final phase, where diverse profiles collectively engage in contingent actions within various experimental setups. This school doesn't end with construction. It also imagines disassembly. As materials decay, melt, or dissolve back into the ground, new scenarios emerge. Structures are moved, reassembled, or abandoned. This doesn't represent failure. It represents adaptability. Over time, the school records itself through research rooms, material residues, and oral exchanges. It becomes a document of how rural spaces can host experimental futures without erasing their indigenous rhythms. In a world that often rushes towards speed, efficiency, and permanence, the deposition school offers slowness, fragility, and transformation from the material cycle. It is not just a project of material accumulation, but of relational sedimentation between villagers, scientists, humans, and also non-humans, the past and speculative futures. And it asks, can a school teach us to build with time instead of against it? Can architecture learn to grow, to fail, to become ground again? And lastly, Dönemeç may be a small village on a seismic delta, but perhaps it's the exactly kind of place where the future begins to precipitate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel. I'll give judges. Okay, yes, Santa?
Ariel, yeah, firstly, I'd like to appreciate it's a very original idea compared to the others. I think
Thanks.
you have explored something, not that we have seen before. That's something that's a good attempt. That's really nice, and good attempt. And looking at it, like, see, if it's a form-driven, process-oriented design, I think sometimes it gets tougher when we start putting in program into it. Because in a way it just looks like it's forced to put in a particular program the way you explain this is that. It is more better in a design like this where everything is fluid and it kind of takes the user into it and it evolves as the user needs, is what I feel. And the other thing is the calcium carbonates generally are, you've seen these stalagmites or the below earth. There are really wonderful formations of nature which are very beautiful, very poetic, very nice. It's very sculptural, very interesting, the surfaces. And so it'll be nice if that idea of how calcium generation, that's been done for 4,000 years, if we could explore that and how it could be used in a positive way of that. The other thing I have sometimes is like, in projects like these, are users going to be, just passive observers, or can they be part of a co-creating these forms, like, so that it's very user-centric? Of the whole idea of doing something is so that the user inside gets the best design or a best futuristic idea that, the space evolves according to that. So in a way, can it be that way that the user kind of co-creates the space, or rather than being just a passive observer of the space given to him?
I mean, as an architect, architectural student, I push myself back in the design process and let the users and the villagers match the space and organize it. But just the red structures that are metal ones, I just provide this to them. So yes.
Any more questions or feedback, Stephen?
It's a beautiful presentation. We seem learned in Columbia University, those type of form when we were in grad school. Yeah, that's what we're trying to say is that, yes, fine, you're doing this just free form, but then can you make it more architectural? Can you add some kind of physical structure to it? Make it believable. I think that's the next step I will go if I were you.
Thank you. Very creative and philosophical, which leads me to wonder if this could have just been a more abstract and philosophical project. Maybe you wrote some kind of poetry and just read that while these slides were going on. Because one wonders whether it's whether it's an act of design or just an act of creating a record of what may have happened to the land, which is beyond your doing, which is all basically recording an act of nature. And then maybe my concern overlays with is that if it is an act of nature and you want to draw a parallel to an act of creating something as an architect, then how much of your participation is really critical? And then as an architect or as a person who is trying to be in a competition, then what is your effort and your sort of direction in all of this? Instead of just letting everything happen or letting people do everything, which can be as abstract as possible. So that, these kind of questions will always be around such projects, which is why they should not, maybe one way is not to present them like a traditional architectural project. And it could have been a song or a poem and just graphics, something like that.
All right. Okay. Can you pass the mic to Armin? Yeah.
No, I don't have actually. You talk about the growing up.
Talk about what?
To growing up. You say it's grow. How it's work?
It works. I mean, there is a travertine underground, and there's a. I mean, I can speculate a robotic pole, and it's that robotic pole. It goes into some chemical process, and this melts it, and then ices, and it spreads all over the structures, like roof-like structures, with the villagers and the scientists. But this is like a speculation of a new architectural material, and a future scenario, we can say.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. Anyone else? That would be all?
Okay.
For once, you have more than 30 seconds. Yeah.
Okay, if you were to tell somebody about your project in the elevator, can you say it in one sentence, summarize what it is?
The contingency, maybe.
Sorry?
I mean, I don't understand the question.
The question is, tell a layman in the elevator the concept of your project. What
for example,
okay,
like how?
Just
15 seconds.
You have one sentence. Oh, two.
Or like,
okay, 15 seconds is good.
Let's say you have 15 seconds. I met you in the elevator. We can go up, right?
Right.
How are you going to tell me about your project in like 15 seconds?
Yeah, Pecha Kucha.
All right. It's like an architectural project that accumulates the calcium carbonate into a material cycle and let the people to learn about the underground as a living substance.
Okay, time's up. Does that answer you?
Yes. Why?
No, I mean, I 15 seconds up.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that answer your request?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, wonderful. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you, judges. Sorry, I had to disappear for a while. Our last presenter of the day, we have Munsen Nabi. His project is the Future of Entrepreneurial Epicenter. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I know it's been a hectic day. I'm the last presenter. I can feel that hectic. So let's forget about the presentation, and I'm here to share my dream. Let's talk about, I would like to close your eyes and think about a space where do you spend most of the time of your day. I guess maybe it's your workspace where you spend most of the time of your day. We can think about a workspace. I guess most of us think about a space where we can enjoy to do what we like to do the most. It can be a space where passion meets the preparation, and also we are doing our best potential. We try to bring out our potential from there. So it's already like an utopia, right? So let's come out from the daydreaming and come on to the reality. I think that's a decent quality graphics, right? I will tell you a story about a boy who is obsessed about his graphics, and one day in his backyard store, he drew a mouse with his pencil. He named it Mickey, and then suddenly he tried to animate it and interact with another characters, and eventually we get the legendary character called Mickey Mouse. And the boy I'm talking about is Walt Disney. So he had created a large empire with his dream, but where the finest piece of his work come from? His backyard store, where he enjoys to do his work the most. So if we evaluate the workspaces, if we see the evolution of workspaces among our time, we can see from Taylorist office to 1900s cubicle farms to modern day open plan offices. Mostly the office spaces or workspaces have been dictated by efficiency rather than flexibility. And in modern time, when the evolution is coming up in technologies and AI, our working environment is going farther And we are not really working 9 to 7 anymore. We are going 24/7 and working more remotely and flexibly. Now, from New York to London, from Dhaka to Tokyo, every big cities are moving to remote and flexible workspaces. Everyone is into the collaboration and collective co-working spaces, but our workspaces are not being evaluated just like our office, just like our work patterns going. It's not getting the pace with that. So if we evaluate the workspaces, we can find out that we lag behind with creation of the identity. It's not try to adapt the change. And the cost efficiency is also a fact that everyone cannot afford to make his own office. So what if our workspaces could evolve just like our businesses do? So ladies and gentlemen, I am Rudro, and here I am presenting my dream, the Accordivator, a fusion of Accord and Activator. That's the future of entrepreneurial epicenter. This is a workspace where the design is not only created for the users, but also with them. If you are a solo entrepreneur or a startup or a growing business. The key concept of the thing is design is modularity and adaptability. Normally, when businesses grow, they either relocate their spaces from one place to another, or they acquire more land, which is a luxurious and not so affordable thing in big cities like Tokyo, New York, or Dhaka. So imagine a space, a small office space. Maybe it's a 337 square feet office space, a small one. And as your businesses grow, your office spaces grow. If you need to subscribe more spaces, you can expand it instantly, and if you need to downsize, you can shrink it seamlessly. With these components, you can downsize or expand your office spaces as you want. So how does it work? So we have developed an application which works in 3 layers. First is scalability, when we can afford different kinds of office spaces and customize them according to us. And when we selected our office space, the system will define the office space for you and make it fully customized for your one. And the second layer is community formation, where through this app, the users, the entrepreneurs, and the youth who are connecting with the office and the ecosystem, they are getting connected with each other and create a dynamic community of digital nomads. And everything is done with the integration of artificial intelligence and the technology. So this office space uses a pay-as-you-grow model, so that the space you are acquiring, you can pay for that only. Don't need to make a bigger office in the initial stage. So let's integrate the modularity and implement it in a building. The place where I am coming from is Bangladesh. It's not only famous for its huge population, huge congestion, traffic congestion, pollution, but the population is our power as well. We have a huge chunk of youth who are desperate to connect with each other and create enterprises. So for those dreamers and for those entrepreneurs, young youth, we are working on making a massing that can ensure maximum daylight for their work environment, a great work environment. And to justify that, we are going through some simulations. So, and in the site, the form, we decided to create more porosity in the massing, and more so that the surrounding and the nature can associate with the building more. So this is how the plans work. We can see the ground floor plan, and here a courtyard is designed inside the building so that the people who are working there on the upper floors, they can connect with each other, they can breathe here easily. And also it's a reason where we can use passive cooling technology for the building. And as we go further, we can see the modular office spaces where we can see the different kind of offices they can achieve by the subscription model. This is the integrated crane system that can move in different axes and connect and plug in those office modules when they are demanding that. This is the elevations of the design. And in color theory, we are using some calm and soothing colors for the office spaces, and also some striking colors like red and oranges so that it can boost up the productivity. In sustainable issues, we are not only promising a design where entrepreneurs can move and get their dream workspaces, but also we are promising the environment so that the building can be self-sustaining with the help of semi-transparent PV panels, rainwater harvesting, as ours is a tropical climate country, also some court gardens, and encouraging green vehicles. These are the components of the design which can be permutated and combined in different projects, so that when the building is obsoleted, we can use them for another building. The vision of the project is creating an ecosystem of the buildings where we can use those components when a building need is almost done, so that we can move those components to another place and create another building for our need. And by the component-based design, we are creating to make a more sustainable future, so that the lifetime of material life cycle can continue whether the building life cycle has ended. So now I would like to recall the spaces and the dream at the starting of the presentation we have saw together, and see if the dream conformed to our reality or not. So it's me, you, and the dream, so that we can codify the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you switch your mic first? Judges, we have 8 minutes for comments, questions, anything at all. Anyone who would like to start?
This is the last one.
This is the last one, so everyone should say something. Keep it free, yeah, keep it free, yeah.
No, go, maybe start again.
Keep it free means Armin first, okay.
The music was not Mozart, by the way. No, it wasn't Mozart. Which one was that?
What's the violin music from?
I don't know. Actually.
Okay.
You stole it somewhere, huh?
Yeah.
It's copyright-free music.
You have to
You should
say
have
something.
credit.
You know,
Yeah.
just always say as an architect, you have always have answer. Okay. Otherwise, the client say, "Oh, you didn't know even the music."
Yeah. You should. Yeah.
Exactly. You have to move. 90% of our job is the show.
Fake it till you make it, right? Confidence.
But I was happy that you didn't have the papers in the hand, and you, by presentation, you talk it really good. And as I saw this dream, I thought you add to existing buildings, but it wasn't actually. No, I missed that. As I saw the picture, even for some weeks ago. Yeah, I thought that you add. You didn't add. You make this monster in the city, or you believe that is an answer to the city. I mean, to me, it's made. To you, it's a dream. Yeah, that's I like.
I think our judges have just go free, whatever. Yeah, come, let's go.
He's jet-lagged. Firstly, thank you for being patient. You made it. So congratulations. So my question is, why? Because you started your presentation saying that anyone can work anywhere right now in the world. So why would I choose to work in your building and not at the beach, for instance, or at home? Yeah.
Okay. The concept I was working on, it's actually accommodating different kinds of entrepreneurs and different kinds of individuals who have their ideas, and so that I tried to create a space where everyone can share their ideas and everyone can share their evaluate their ideas, so that they can create more innovative things together.
But let me tell you this: if I'm an entrepreneur, I don't want to tell people my ideas. Because they might steal my ideas.
Yes, but whenever you are in different disciplines, you might work together for making an idea more productive. Like if I am an architect and I am working with a marketing individual, he can have better knowledge than me to market my project.
Okay, so as an operator, you will curate different businesses to exist together. Is that what you mean?
Actually, I tried to create the difference between different projects, different entrepreneurs, so that they can have one floor can have varieties of entrepreneurs and they can connect with each other.
Wow, interesting. I think you need to talk to more entrepreneurs.
Yeah. Thank you. Almost like a recent project, there seems to be two ideas, and maybe one should be taken to be resolved better, because one is of a, let's say in terms of architecture, you're trying to create a space. You're trying to create a modular or a flexible space, which any reinforced concrete building may be. And on the other hand, programmatically, you are trying to create, bring people together, entrepreneurs, which is like, so many workspaces now available all over the world, actually, by different names. So that's also happening. So I was trying to find out which part of the project you've taken a step further in your own way, such as that first image kind of gave us this kind of idea that maybe you're going to have these spaces that go and cling on to different places in the city because they're not available. But and also, this is in Dhaka.
Yeah.
So then those steel decks and those beams and all of that. So it's sort of contextually also asks a lot of questions. But I think pick one direction, not many, and go further into it.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Rasa. Santosh.
Yeah. Nabi, in terms of presentation, I think you did well. In the way, at least without cards and confident and explaining your ideas. I think that's a very good. One of the important things that they don't teach you in school is how to sell your idea. Which you learn from these great competitions, and the more you reach out. So that part is good. I think you've done well. For me, it looked like it's modular, so it could do anything, and So it is more mechanical in a way, how it is done, and it just can keep on adding. It's like addition, subtraction in the city. I didn't find the cultural part or a social part or a community part to it. For me, it looked like an industrial building. Like, it didn't give me a life that a startup or a person of that want to have, or it doesn't show me like a central. It's usually more pitil, like where all the other community in a startup will come in a place and kind of have some ideas and then go back. But even in all the big workplaces that's currently designed, like say Google, Apple, there is a lot of these interactive spaces up front to vent out, come back, and then go into your pod. Like here, I didn't find that kind of interstitial spaces at all. Like I could see just the modules all around, and like Raza had mentioned, it would be cooler or nicer that if these pods could be integrated in any of the other buildings rather than all being in one space here. And it is quite massive also in the way it sits in the, it's not very subtle how it is. It looks a little too overwhelming also for it. So yeah, I felt that little bit more of community, little bit more of the interesting part should be there. And just to correct, when you mentioned of colors, orange and red sometimes are not great colors to sit and work. They have KFCs and McDonald's because they don't want you to sit in those colors. They want you to sit for 10 minutes and leave. So that's the reason those colors are warm, and they don't want you to. You want subtle colors, more garden, more green, that makes you people sit on a longer time. Yeah, but otherwise, I thought we could have pushed a little bit more on other aspects of the startup.
Thank you. Stephen, please.
I was going to say, we could have done that 50 years ago, something like that, right? I mean, I thought you were going to say that. I mean, we've seen those container projects that have been done many, many times. So your modular, type of building has been done so many times, so many ways. You ask the question, when we close our eyes, what do we see? If I close my eyes, I see space, interested in space. Space to me is architecture. I mean, not boxes. I want to be in a space that, I don't know, I look up here, I see the spiral staircase, I look up here, there's the curved ceiling, maybe I look back, there's the garden in the back. That's the kind of vision that we architects have. When you talk about the office space, the user, what do they want? What makes them comfortable spatially, right? So if I were you, I would consider try to be inside of the space first instead of looking just from outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you. With that, I'd like to conclude the AYDA International 2024-2025 Architectural category. Congratulations to our finalists. And once again, thank you, Armin, Wenhui, Raza, Santosh, Stephen, for bracing through the day. I hope you guys had fun. So thank you, everyone. And for those YouTube, bye. I'll see you next year somewhere else. Don't know where yet, but I'll see you. And then we'll do group photo. Can we get the AR? Is it with the finalists or with just the judges? CK, what do you want? Sorry, yeah? Oh, judges, can you sign on that piece of score? And then we'll collect, and then we will tabulate. Group photo with who? With AR, all the AR. Mike, can you? Sorry, Mike, stay here. Madeline, go. Yeah. Oh, yeah, take your time. Take your time to add the score. I'll give you time. Yeah, don't worry. I will clear the hall for you after the group photo. Yeah. Will I understand your score? Okay, so I'll keep the finalists in the hall. The rest of our guests, you guys can wait out.